grab your cocktails and get ready to start the conversation, because we are going to get going in just a few minutes. Tech deck is set, and it is time to start the countdown. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Start that countdown now.
A little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
A big thank you to the Ad Twins for once again spreading the good message of the Old Humble Distilling Company's delicious whiskeys. As I've said 100 times in the past, I need to get that updated to include our newest delicious addition to the family lineup, our Double Oak Straight Rye. And our opening shot of the night is going to be our Double Oak Straight Rye. And then I am going to enjoy a delightful cocktail of my Double Oak with tonic, I believe. Yeah, we're going to do Double Oak and tonic tonight on the rocks as my cocktail of choice. Tonight's tonic water is Fever Tree. But we will pour that up in just one moment. Cheers, everybody. This has been a busy day. I spent a couple hours, hour and a half or so, streaming this morning on Twitch, playing Fortnite, streaming on Twitch. I'm pursuing this stupid challenge called the 100 to 1 challenge. I guess I should also introduce myself. I am the Old Humble Guy, your host, your spirit guide for the night, on Wednesdays and Thursday nights, and occasionally during the rest of the week as well. So anyway, you can find us on Twitch. Nightbot will tell you how to find us on Twitch. We're Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, all the places. Follow us, subscribe, like, share, do all the shit you're supposed to do on social medias. Just you don't need me to remind you to do it. Do it out of the love of your own heart. I trust you. I trust you. I don't think I need to double check and make sure you're doing it. I can trust you, right? Right? We good? We good. Okay. So anyway, I'm on the Twitch. I think I'm the Old Humble Guy on Twitch. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm pursuing this stupid challenge called the 100 to 1 challenge, where you finish a game ranked 100, like dead fucking last. You're last place. Well, 100 out of 100. You finish a game 100th. That light's especially bright today. Let's see if I can trim it down a little. There we go. And then you follow that with a win. So you go from 100th place out of 100 to first place, 100 to 1 challenge. The way it works out, though, is you don't always have 100 people in the lobby. And even if you do, it's really hard to die first. Usually you have to fall from a high place or land next to one of the non-player bots and get in a fight and lose. And even then, it's not easy, because I did finish one game 99th. Just missed it by that much. Needless to say, I played for like an hour and a half. I'm not good at the game. I'm not good at all. My overall gamer stats is something like, in 5 years, like 2,000 games played, and I think I've won 200 times. I'm not good. Not good at all. 10% win rate sucks. In fact, I don't even think it's less than that. I think it might be 20. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm bad. I'm very bad at the game. It's harder for me to win the game than it is for me to get 100th place. because all I have to do to get 100th place is fall and die. But it's also exceptionally hard to get 100th place because I played for like 2.5 hours a couple nights ago, and I didn't get 100th place at all. There wasn't even a game with 100 players in it. So if you're into Twitch, if you're into games, if you're into watching gamer content, you can follow us on Twitch. Every once in a while, I'll live stream it here on the YouTubes too. But mostly I do it on Twitch, and then I try to edit it down and drop it over into the YouTubes. If I ever succeed at this 100 to 1 challenge, I'll squeeze it down into like a 15-minute video and crap it out onto YouTube. So there you go. Shark Home Brewing's in the house. I am writing down all the names that I see come across in chat. So I've seen the Cancer Mouse. Cheers to the Cancer Mouse. Cheers to Judas Priest 666, and cheers to Shark Home Brewing. Because we are in the midst of a giveaway, B-R-E-W-I-N-G, not B-O-O-I-N-G. We're in the midst of a giveaway. What is this giveaway, you ask? Why, glad you should ask. Let me tell you. In this box right here, this is a cigar box. It is a cigar box, Don Pepin Garcia Cuban Classic cigars. But you won't see that on this because I'm going to paint over this. I'm going to run my sander over it, get the finish off of here, and then paint it. I'm going to paint it a nice, I think I'm going to paint it a nice dark blue again. Put my logo here on this box. So you're going to get this nice, delightfully gorgeous little box. And inside this box, what's inside the box, you ask? I'll tell you what's inside the box. If you listen, it sounds glassy, right? What's inside the box? Well, let me tell you what's inside the box. Corey Slater is on the list. Corey Slater. And I will run a full list of names later. But anyway, what's in the box? Let me tell you what's in the box. Now, what's really neat about what's in the box is it's kind of a one-of-a-kind collection of... It's a collection of things that have never actually been together all at the same time. But more importantly, you should see. And what's also really important about what's in the box is nobody in the universe, except for me, has ever had a full set of bottles like this. In any way, shape, or form like this. Because, well, let me show you what's in the box. Because here today, what we have, for the first time, you're seeing it right now. For the first time, what we've got, see, the reason why they've just not all been available. I guess I should focus on one set of thoughts at a time, right? So what's in the box that we have right now? We're giving this box away in September. This box and the contents of this box, and the contents of the box is what makes the box special. Like the box, it's just wood. This is just a cigar box. You can get this for free at a cigar shop. This isn't anything. What's in the box is what makes it special. And I'm going to pour myself a cocktail real quick. And see, we gave away something like this back in June. In fact, Shark Home Brewing won it back in June. What I'm doing is rye whiskey and tonic water in a mule glass. It's a variation on what I did for Shark Home Brewing though, and this is just tonic and rye. It's nothing fancy. 1 shot of rye, a serving of tonic, mule glass, stirred. Not even. Oh my God, that's delicious. Not even going to garnish it. Doesn't need a garnish at all. So what was I saying? Everybody who shows up in chat, if I see your name in chat, my chat box is over here on my left. If I see your name in chat, your name goes on the list. The list gets uploaded to the Wheel of Doom and Glory. Also on Thursday nights, when we play trivia, if your name goes in chat, you go on the list. If you win trivia, you get 4 extra slices on the wheel. If you come second place in trivia, you get 2 extra slices on the wheel. Third place in trivia, you get a slice on the wheel. And then in probably the second week of September, I'll spin the wheel live on our giveaway show. You must be present to win, and then we'll give away the box, including the contents. So, and it's very special contents Like I showed you earlier, it's a one of a kind. You'll never see it. Nobody's ever had this collection in their hands in the history of the universe. Nobody's ever had that collection except for me. So you're going to have something in your house that the only other person in the world has ever had is me. So congratulations if you win. Let me update the list of names that I have right now. That way I won't get too far behind. And if you've seen this version of our happy hour at all, you know that I get behind in chat. I get super far behind in chat, and I will catch up to it over time. I'll catch up to it. But also, what'll happen is I'll lose some of the names in chat. There's Moose Gal. Moose Gal. An Easy Street with Jen. And I've already updated everybody from earlier today who joined me live for my workday at the distillery. Corey Slater, Moose Gal, Shark, Judas, Cancer Mouse, Nightbot. I should put Nightbot on the list. I really should. Who else? Everybody else? Okay, so there we go. But yeah, so as I showed you, people will win what's in the box. You will win what's in the box, and then yeah, there you go. I'll send it to you, and you'll be happy, and I'll be happy, and everybody will be happy. And there you go. It's funny that not a single one of you in chat has bitched about me not actually showing what's in the box. I started like 4 times, and then I closed it every single time, and none of y'all have said a thing. Although I think most of you were here earlier this afternoon. I will show what's in the box. Here we go. In the box, we have dun 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 dun. So there you go. You got to see what's in the box. The box full of marbles. I've lost all my marbles, homeboy. I don't know where they're at. For real. We got a whole bag of them from my dad, and they're gone. I don't know where they went. Oh, you like this? Or you like this? Which one do you like? The mule glass or my shot glass? Which one? Because I got a surprise for you. Guess what's in the box? Guess what's in the box? Anyway, yeah, merch store. How could? Oh yeah, you know what, Judas? That is a great question. That is a great question. I am going. I do have a merch store. The Old Humble Distilling Company. You can get our merch. We have T-shirts. We have hats. We have tank tops, shot glasses, and stuff like that. And Shark, I think I owe you an email because you sent me an email asking about the rye. I think I owe you an email because that's a non-store item, but I can work on that. But I've also got non-merchandise items such as the glasses that I use for my bar, my decanter that I use for my bourbons. I've got um, I've got my decanters. I've got my mule glasses that I use. All of my personal stuff. I'll have links to all of that so that y'all can get them too. When I'm firing up an affiliate program, so I'll have links to all that stuff that I personally use so that y'all can use them too. You'll see them in my shorts and all the. So if you consume my shorts and you really want to get what's in my shorts, then there will be a link for you to click on so that you can not only consume my shorts, but also get in my shorts and get all the stuff that's in my shorts out of my shorts and into your hands. Because everybody knows that if you can get the stuff in my shorts in your hands, then both you and I will benefit and we can both be mutually happy. Julie Gilpin is in the house. And I'll cease being a dick. I will show y'all what's in the box and tell you what's in the box as well. So what we have in the box, I've got this right here, which is a bottle of my one whiskey, straight whiskey. Here's a bottle of my special reserve. Here's a bottle of my double oak rye. And then here's a very special bottle that I have marked specially. And then there's this thing right here. Which is really yummy. And then also we'll throw in one of these right there. So, yeah, that's everything that's in the box. Oh, we have a visitor. We have a visitor.
I'm not going on screen.
She's not going on
But
screen.
I have to.
She's gorgeous, but she won't go on screen.
No, I'm not gorgeous.
She's not wearing a shirt.
Liar.
I can just see they're just glorious. What would you like? Would you like a drink, my dear?
Is that enough ice?
It'll do.
He said he was going to make me a whiskey.
All right, so
mule.
I'm going to make her a whiskey mule with my straight whiskey. And I'm drinking rye and tonic. You will get a whiskey mule. This is some ginger beer that we have. Fever Tree ginger beer. Delightfully bougie.
Fever Tree is actually very yummy.
It is it's a good.
It's expensive.
There you go. Try that. See if you enjoy it. It's spicy. Tastes like ginger in there.
Huh?
Would you like
You know
a
why?
splash of lemon in there, my love?
Yes, please.
Hope this is probably about ready to go. It's almost empty.
Okay.
There you go, my sweet. A little bit of lemon.
Yum.
She says yum. Ta-da! We're at yum. We're at
Thank you.
the yum level of our relationship.
Cheers to my first day at work.
She is a teaching specialist. She is helping children with special needs and who need extra attention, who can be pulled out of class and given one-to-one tutoring. That is, she has elevated herself out of the classroom in order to help children in a one-on-one level in a situation and circumstance that they can benefit most, and also supporting the teachers as well. She is a boss bitch if you've ever seen one. I love her to death, and I look forward to her disciplining me later for calling her a boss bitch.
Look, it's really spicy.
It is. It's spicy. It's that ginger.
Hurts back to the throat.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, love you. Thank you.
Love you, baby. All right, so that is our very special guest for the evening, my sweet woman. Not touching my shorts. Come on, my shorts are the most popular thing on my channel. Thousands of views in my shorts. Goddamn Bacon has joined the party. And Bacon. Bacon! All right, have I missed anybody yet? I think we're set. I think we're set. Okay, so that's everything. Okay, no, like for real. Let me show you what's in the box. I'll show you what's in the box for real. And the best part, really, the best part is that when you like really get to what's in the box, I mean, you open the box and you really just, I mean, you put your face in the box and you just, it smells cedary and just delightful. You just want to really just put your face in the box and take a deep breath and just enjoy everything in the box and kind of, all right, that's kind of dirty. All right, for real. What's in the box? Let me show you what's in the box right here. And of course, the box is going to be cleaned up and look much nicer. I'm going to get the cigar logo off, and maybe I'll just like sand it down. Maybe I'll sand it down and just let it be, give it its own finish. Maybe I'll burn my own logo in. Maybe that's what I'll do. I don't know. We'll see. Before I break the contents. Okay, look. In the box, we have a Rocky Patel cigar right there. We have a bottle of our straight whiskey, special reserve, double oak rye, and I'm going to hold this one up special so y'all can see the actual contents of this one particular bottle, which is special, specialer than all the other bottles combined, quite honestly. This one particular bottle, nobody outside of Texas has this bottle, because this bottle contains the legendary, oft talked about Boomtown Bourbon, heading for re-release in March of 2023, our Boomtown Bourbon coming back on the market. You get a shot at a sample of our Boomtown Bourbon. So the other three, our rye, our special reserve. Is that the special reserve? Yeah, our rye, special reserve, straight whiskey. The other three, people have had these before. Shark Home Brewing has these before. Nobody else has in their possession all 4 of these bottles except for me. There's a few people who bought them all. There's a handful of people who bought them all that followed us since the beginning, since 2015. They followed us since the beginning. They're super fans. They've got a bottle of everything. They've got a bottle of every different label that we've produced, from our clear labels and our Roughneck Reserve labels and our clear Special Reserve label and our clear straight whiskey label, all the way through the silver label and the purple label. There's some people who have one of each of every bottle, but nobody has had in their possession at the same time 4 bottles of our whiskey filled at the same time. You will be one of the rare, and you'll get a shot glass to go with it. Ta-da! Not this one. This one's mine. I was just putting it there as an example. So there you go. So this is kind of a big deal. We'll do the drawing in September. The more you participate, the more chances you have to win. The more you participate, the more chances you have to win. The more chances you have to win, the better your odds of bringing home that beautiful box and really just getting into that box. So, and the chances that you have to win are every time we go live, you participate in one of our lives. I'm going to go ahead and extend it out to commenting on our giveaway update videos too, because we've already got the one giveaway update video that I posted in the first. We're going to have another giveaway update video that I post at the beginning of next week showing the contents of the box. So comment on that video, share it, do all the stuff. I'm trying to do 2 things. I'm trying to get more engagement here with our live shows, but also I'm trying to branch out into that edited content, the stuff that I really hate doing and I really don't want to do, but I do it because I love you guys, and it's a chance for us to kind of do more. I've embraced the shorts and enjoyed doing the shorts, but I want to do more more deeper content. It's hard to do like a how-to cocktail video in a short. It's hard to do a how-to cocktail video. It's hard to do. Did I not do Top Shelf Destin yet? I did not Top Shelf Destin. It's hard to do that in a short. You only have 3 minutes, and it's hard to compare different styles of cocktails. The homemade old-fashioned versus the mix old-fashioned, or the light whiskey sour versus the regular whiskey sour, or the homemade whiskey sour versus the sweet and sour mix whiskey sour. And for the record, the only whiskey sour I've ever had is a sweet and sour mix whiskey sour, which I know isn't the same as a homemade whiskey sour, but I mean, for my money and time, it's easy. So, Moose Gal, I'm not even going to answer that question, because answering it makes me a cliche, and I absolutely love that song. So, but it is also widely accepted that the Cotton Eye Joe is a song about, I believe, chlamydia? I think? Because, the Cotton Eye Joe would have, it would be pus coming out of the one-eyed snake, so to speak. But that's neither here nor there, and that is beyond the scope of our mission tonight. Here's another one of my cocktail glasses. This is a monogram glass that actually came from my wife's dad. It's dirty because it's been here in my office for eons, but her maiden name also begins with a B, as does mine. So this is my home monogrammed rocks glasses, but I also have I don't have them in here. I have another banded glass that goes with our decanter, but I do not have one of those in here. So there you go. And I've got a bar set, bartending set. I've got all kinds of stuff that I use here at the house, and I could add that to our affiliate program. So if you like I was saying before, if you would like the things in my shorts, in your house, in your hands, in contact with you on a regular basis, you are welcome to begin clicking into my affiliate program once I get that up and running. It's kind of an extension of what we use at our tasting room and what we use, because it really doesn't make any sense for me to have that merchandise on hand, because we don't really use it a lot. We don't really sell a lot. We don't really have a lot of people come through, so it doesn't make any sense for me to have like 5 decanters and 5 of everything. And when you order merchandise, logoed merchandise, you have to order like 100 of them, and I don't want to do that unless it's like shot glasses. So I figured I'd do it through the affiliate program, so the extension of our tasting room and the extension of our merchandise, you can do it through Amazon. So there you go. If you want to get the stuff in my shorts in your hands, you can go through Amazon, because that is where the stuff in my shorts will be. So, that all said, boy, I tell you what, John Denver is a king in this household. I love him. I could listen to him all day long and all night long, and without question, he is one of the greatest American troubadours ever to exist. But let's get on with the show, shall we? Let's move on to the topic at hand. Housekeeping's done. It is 10:30. I'm going to be 30 minutes behind on chat. So let's talk about the scope. This is let me preface the scope of the show, of the monologue, before we get into the monologue. So the preface that I'm going to start with is that human rights are inalienable human rights. That's what they are. They're inseparable from the human condition. John Locke says that. John Locke and Immanuel Kant both agree. They both stated it in different ways, that human rights are inseparable from the human condition. What makes rights human rights are the fact that humans exist. Without humans, there are no rights. That is what a human right is. You cannot separate it from the human any more than you can separate humanness from the human. They are one and the same. And what I want to explore, first I want to talk about specifically what these rights are, because there is a list, as was mentioned over in chat. There is a list. There's a list of, there's a detailed list and a less detailed list, and we kind of already know what they are, but they also give us some specific things when you look at them, think about it, and go, huh, yeah, I guess that's, yeah, right. There's a reason for that. But more importantly, I want to go even further back than that, because in the natural state of human beings, we have these rights. And in the natural state of human beings, we violate these rights. And at some point in the natural state of human beings, it had to be written down that you can't do these things. You can't steal people's property, and you can't kill people, and you can't, we had to write this shit down. And the first time it was written down, well, we'll get into that in just a second. Let me put up the title screen and get back into it real fast before I go too far off on a tangent. Boom. And then I do the countdown. 3, 2. Oh yeah, I'm going to mute the music too. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, let's talk about human rights. What are they? Well, that's actually an easy question to answer, because we know what they are. We know what they are because they were written down. They've been written down. They've been written down by the United Nations. They've been written down by human rights groups. They've been written down by like whole conventions and meetings and groups. And we have a list. We have an extensive list, for that matter. The basic 7. You can see them over there on the title screen that I just had up. We have the right to life. We have the right to marry and have a family. We have a right to equal treatment before the law. We have a right to privacy. We have a right to freedom of thought, religion, opinion, and expression. We have a right to work. And we have a right to an education. These are the 7 basic universal human rights. Um, Now, of course, these basic human rights don't tell us what an education looks like. It doesn't say what work looks like necessarily. It doesn't say what freedom of thought, religion, opinion, and expression looks like, or the methods by which we are allowed to express or have opinions or engage in our religion. Thought is it's really tough to limit what you think and how you pray because or that you pray because there's no requirement that you have outward vocal flagellating displays of prayer or thought for that matter. Um, there are, of course, we all know that there are forces that are trying to influence our thoughts on a minute by minute, second by second basis, even in subtle ways by using colors and logos and things like that. But none of that prevents us from thinking. Um, and the space inside our head is always ours, especially if we guard it jealously and exercise it on a frequent basis. The right to privacy, again, there's not really a definite way to express what that looks like and where that looks like because we all know we don't really have a right to privacy. There's an expectation of observation when you are in public spaces. There's no expectation of privacy when you're in public spaces. Despite that, we still have a right to privacy, and at least in the United States, that privacy is assumed to be your own documents and your own personal possession and your own domicile and your own property, etc. And it extends that way. It's different in other places. It's understood to be different in other places. But that doesn't change the fact that even in China, you have a right to privacy, even if that right to privacy is much more narrow and much more limited in scope. But we also know that China, on the reg, violates privacy rights because that's what they do, and so does Russia, and so does Uganda, and so does the United States. So let's not be Pollyannish about this, right? The right to equal treatment before the law. We know we have this right, but we also know it doesn't manifest itself in a necessarily 100% of the time. And the right to marry and have family. We understand this, we know this, but we also, here in the United States, until very recently, did not extend this to everybody, and we still don't extend it to everybody because, you don't have a right to marry if you're only 13. So we, by law, accept limits on even these human rights. And then, of course, the right to life. We have the right to life, and there's a tremendous argument back and forth about where that life starts, whose life has supremacy in the hierarchy of lives, and when that right to life ends and doesn't matter anymore to people all over the place. So that's the short version of human rights that we know that we recognize and we acknowledge as universal. But there's a longer list of like 30 of them. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights: equality, freedom from discrimination, life, liberty, personal security, freedom from slavery, freedom from torture and degrading. There's 30 of these. Torture and degrading treatment, right to recognition as a person before the law, right to equality before the law, right to remedy by a right to remedy by a competent tribunal, freedom from arbitrary arrest and exile, the right to a fair public hearing, right to be considered innocent until you're proven guilty, freedom from interference with privacy, family, home, correspondence, which falls under. I mean, a lot of these are more specific line items underneath the broader 7 categories, like innocent until proven guilty is also equal treatment before the law. That kind of falls under the equal treatment for the right to privacy, family, home, and correspondence, or interference with privacy, family, home, and correspondence. That is privacy. Free movement in and out of the country. That's privacy. That is that's the right to privacy, and that's the freedom of thought and religion and all that. Right to asylum in other countries from persecution. That one is not really doesn't really fall inside of any of those other categories. the right to a nationality and the freedom to change it. So we actually have, it is recognized that one of our universal human rights is the right to change our nationality. Marriage and family, right to own property, belief and religion, opinion and information, assembly and association, governance and free elections. We have a right to participate in governance and in free elections. And we recognize that as a universal human right, even though there are some countries where where we as people do not have the right to participate in government or free elections, like Russia, like North Korea, like China, like human rights are restricted in certain countries. We recognize this. That doesn't mean the rights don't exist. And that's an important thing to acknowledge, that the rights exist independent of the government granting these rights. Like, none of these rights are granted by the governments. Governments are established, as it says in our own Declaration of Independence. Governments are established in order to protect our rights and protect our freedoms and protect our way of life, not the other way around. We don't establish the government in order to give us a way of life. We have a way of life, and the government's established in order to protect that. Very important distinction. Where was I? Right to Social Security, right to desirable work, and to join trade unions. We have a right to, that is not just a civil right, that is a universal human right. The right to rest and leisure, the right to adequate living standards, the right to education, the right to cultural life and of community, the right to social order that articulated, a right to a social order that articulates this document, which is interesting, that we have a right to a social order which created the document that states that we have a right to the social order that created the document. It's kind of circular on that one. The right to community duties that are essential to free and full development, and a human right of freedom from state or personal interference in any of the above rights. So that's the much longer version of it. But it's really important to note that none of these rights are granted by a governing body. All of these rights are endowed in people by our creators. Now, there is a thriving debate and a valid debate to discuss about whether or not any of these rights are granted to us by a higher power, or if we grant us these rights ourselves, if we are that higher power. Society grants the rights, society recognizes the rights, and then we tell our governing bodies to protect these rights because we have recognized a right that we as people have. But both of those things can be true at the same time, because it's perfectly plausible, perfectly reasonable, perfectly logical, and perfectly philosophically acceptable to say that if society creates God, then God creates the rights, God grants us the rights, then society has created the thing that grants us the rights. But that thing is still separate from government. The government, properly created and properly used, doesn't grant rights, because if a government can grant rights, the government can take them away. They're not universal, they're not human rights, they're not inalienable, they're civil rights that are granted by the government. So that's a very important distinction, that even if society is the one that grants the rights, even if society recognizes that the rights are rights of, the natural law, society grants the rights and then tells government to protect them. It's not just syntax, it's not just pedantism. Is that the word? Pedantics, that's the word. It's not just pedantics, it's a very, very important distinction. Because if the government grants the rights, then the government can take them away, and they never really existed to begin with. And we can look at the history of rights in the context of laws, because in man's natural state, we do whatever the hell we want, right? If we live alone, we do whatever the hell we want. There's no good, there's no evil, there's no bad, there's no right, there's no wrong, there's nothing. It's just you and everything around you. And you can decide in your isolation that sloth is bad, because if you don't do the work you need to do to gather food, to cook the food, to eat the food, to build a shelter, to protect your domicile, if you don't do the work that you need to do, you by yourself can decide that sloth is bad. But inherently, taking a nap in the middle of the afternoon is not in and of itself bad. If it ends up costing you your health and well-being and ultimately your life and livelihood, then yeah, you can look at sloth and say it's bad, especially when you have 2 or 3 or 4 people together, like, oh, let's say a family unit. Your family unit can get together. You can say, look, kids, you can't just sit around all damn day long. You got to go pick out some berries. I got to go hunt some elk. And then we all got to get back together. And, woman, you got to do, got to attend to the kids and heal the stuff. Come with me and hunt the elk, whatever the hell you need to do. However y'all want to separate your family duties in the tribe, you got to do this shit. And you can decide. Gluttony can be bad. You can decide that gluttony is bad, because if one person eats all the food, then everybody starves. This isn't made for kids, by the way. You can make these baseline decisions as a family, and then when 2 families come together, you have a larger tribe. Then now you make these broader decisions. Like, not only is gluttony bad and sloth is bad, but also theft is bad. You can't take my stuff. You can't take my stuff because this is my stuff. I work for this stuff. You can't take my stuff. I can give you this stuff. It might be appropriate to give you this stuff. So hoarding is bad, but stealing is bad. Like, both things are bad. So when you're by yourself, these things don't matter. It's all your own personal decision. There's no good, there's no evil. You make the decisions of whether things are bad. But when you have 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 people together, now you have to have a social order and social understanding. And even if it's not written laws, you get laws. Even if you don't call them laws, it's just a social compact. It's an understanding. Even the most lawless place in the United States, Slab City out in the West, out in it's not California. Yeah, it's out in California. I think it's out in California. Nevada. It's out there in the West somewhere. Even Slab City doesn't have the most lawless place in the country. They've got laws. They've got a council. They've got residents that come together and make decisions on how things are going to be done. If people need to get kicked out, if people are disruptive, if people are a problem, they have order. They have ways of maintaining their order, even in the most lawless places in the country. So this idea of a lawless society is a myth. Even in the baseline level, unless you're by yourself. Unless you're by yourself, then there's no such thing as good, bad, evil, holy, unholy, all that crap. There's none of that. None of that if you're by yourself. But as soon as you start putting 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 million people together, now you've got laws. And we have evidence of the first written laws going all the way back to this cat named Hammurabi. The first set of codified laws way back in the 1700s BC. So I've always said, back when I worked contracts in my previous life, we always joked that there's never anything in a contract that doesn't have to be stated. And when you read contracts and you wonder why they put something in there that had to be stated, like if you've ever bought a house and actually read the mortgage agreement of what you're buying and what the sellers are selling and all the information in there of how you're buying the house and the paint and the curtain rods that are attached to the house and the doorknobs and the grass and the trees and the shrubs and the pipes and the fixtures and all the, like, it lists all the stuff. And the reason it lists that stuff is because somewhere along the line, some jackoff decided he was going to leave and take the bushes. He was going to leave and take the sod. He was going to leave and take the doorknobs. He was going to leave and take all the stuff and leave you with only the house. Because they bought those doorknobs, they're taking those doorknobs with them. Someone did it, because otherwise they wouldn't put it in the contract, right? So when you go back and check out Hammurabi's code, there's laws in there that are the basic mundane stuff. Like, here in the States, we've got laws against cattle rustling and stealing a horse and cursing on a Sunday and spitting in front of women and all this other stuff. And, little towns and municipalities and their weird laws from the 1820s and the 1760s and whatever. They're there because at some point in our nation's past, somebody spit on the ground in front of a woman. She got all verklempt, and then they said, well, we can't have that happen, and that's inappropriate. And they had to pass a fucking law for that. And it's just ridiculous. Some of these laws that are ridiculous. But in Hammurabi's code, it's nothing that's like, well, I didn't read it all because it's like 200 pages or something. But it's not really anything that's earth-shattering. It's like, if you ensnare another, put a ban upon him, and he can't prove it. If you arrest them and you accuse them and you can't prove it, then you, the person who arrested them, you'll be put to death. The punishment that gets meted out on you is equivalent to the punishment that would have been meted out on that person. So if you falsely accuse somebody, you get punished in the way that they would have been accused, and usually the punishment's death. If you accuse someone of something, they're going to get put to death. If they steal something, they're getting put to death. If they damage their house, you're getting put to death. Although one of them is if you build a house, if you're an architect, if you're a builder, and you build a house and the wall collapses, you have to repair that house out of your own pocket. So clearly there was a situation in Hammurabi's Babylon, or wherever the hell he's from, Samaria. There was a situation, a circumstance that was frequent enough that builders built houses and the walls collapsed. And the builders were like, sucks to be you. I guess you got to build a new wall there, buddy. But the law was passed. There was a law passed, written down in code, codified, that says, no. Builder, you got to fix this shit. If anyone steals the property of a temple or of the court, it should be put to death. So clearly stealing stuff from the temple and the court was the thing. Probably mostly food is my guess, but it could have been gold and stuff like that. If a judge changes his decision after publishing a decision, then never again shall the judge be allowed to render judgment. So if the judge passes a decision and puts it in writing, and then after he puts it in writing changes his mind, he's never allowed to be a judge again. I thought that one was kind of cool, because apparently that must have happened frequently. Another one. Let me scroll down a little bit and find another one. If anyone is committing robbery and is caught, put to death. Like a lot of these are put to death. If anyone break a hole into a house in order to steal, he shall be put to death before that hole and be buried. So if you bust into a house, literally bust into a house, you get killed in front of that hole that you busted into, and then you get buried. If the slave that he caught ran away from him, then he shall swear to the owners of the slave, and he is free of all blame. So the person who caught the slave, da 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 da. So the point of this is that even in our earliest days of civilization, we voluntarily chose to limit the idea of we can do whatever the fuck we want. But even in the original passage of the original law back in 1700 BC, the laws were intended, if you run down the list of it, there's protection of property, protection of life, protection of participation in the a system of governance as they had it. I mean, it was a king and whatnot, but you could petition your judges, you could petition your governors, you could petition the magistrates of the area. Innocence until proven guilty, where the judges weren't allowed to, if the judges passed their judgment, it had to be consistent. They couldn't just willy-nilly toss out judgments however they wanted to. Although we know full well that bribery and corruption in the judicial system, even going all the way back then, wasn't something that didn't happen. But if you just go down the basic list of the basic 7 things, like the right to life, if you killed somebody, you got killed. Like that, it was assumed that taking somebody else's life was bad, and that was written into the law, and that is manifested. There was a basic understanding of basic human rights even before we had words for what it was. Um, the right to privacy. You can't just go in and steal people's shit. You can't take people's stuff from them. You can't break into people's houses. You can't do these things, even in the oldest written laws that we have. There was an understanding of these basic fundamental human rights going all the way back. So it's not something brand new. It's not like some committee came together and said, "Hey, let's invent these things." They predate. I don't want to say all governments, but they predate all modern governments. I mean, clearly they don't. There's some governments that they don't predate. They predate Hammurabi's government pretty solidly, because they had to be there in order for them to pass the laws to say you can't do this shit and take this stuff away from people. So all that said, why does it matter? Why does it matter what these things are? Why does it matter to know what these 7 or 30 or even be passingly familiar with the laws of Hammurabi or the laws of our own country and what they do to protect what they do or what they're intended to protect and prevent other citizens from doing to us or from the government from doing to us? Because it could also be said in our natural state, we do certain things whether or not the laws are passed. And then the laws are passed in order to prevent us from doing certain things. And this is when we recognize that laws are passed in order to, when laws are passed that are a violation of our civil and human rights. Like, prior to laws being passed preventing it, there was nothing stopping white people from marrying black people. Prior to laws being passed to prevent it, there was nothing to prevent women from getting abortions. Abortions were legal in this country before the 1820s in every state across the country. There were fewer states across the country. But before the 1820s, abortion was perfectly legal. And that falls under the right to privacy and the right to medical care and the right to medical decisions with you and your own doctor. Before laws were passed preventing it, there was nothing stopping people from from having multiple spouses. We drew a line in the sand and said, you know what? You can only make one person miserable at a time. We drew a line in the sand. You can only do it once, one at a time. Before laws were passed to prevent it, I'm trying to think of another one. Before laws were passed to prevent it, hell, before laws were passed to prevent it, anybody could vote. I'm about to get over out ahead of my skis here. I don't think there's anything in the Constitution that says only white landowning males can vote. Those were state level laws, not federal laws. This federal law came in, the federal government came in and said, those laws are unconstitutional. You can't stop people. That's a violation of, we set the voting age here, whatever the voting age is. And you can't stop people from voting based on race, gender, all the stuff. So, in our natural state, generally speaking, the laws don't stop us. The laws don't. In our natural state, there are no laws preventing us from exercising our human rights. Laws are passed, and the courts get involved and say those laws are a violation of rights. They're unconstitutional. And why does it matter to know what the rights are? The answer to that is so that we know what to fight for. If we don't know what our rights are, if we don't know what our human rights are, if we call things rights when they're not rights, then we're fighting fights that don't matter. We're fighting fights that don't matter is not the right word. We're not fighting fights that don't matter. We're fighting fights that are not the critical fights in order to preserve our rights. They may be important fights for other purposes, but they're not fights for human rights. Like, you can say dyeing your hair magenta is how you express yourself. It's a free form of expression. It's how you express yourself. It's how you think. It's the way you express. It's your freedom to express and your freedom to have thoughts. Your freedom to be who you are. Right. But it's also a business's right to say, look, we can't have people with magenta hair in a customer facing situation because that goes in violation to the image of the company. You have a right to work, but you don't have a right to work here. You have a right to express yourself, but you don't have a right to express yourself that way here. There's plenty of room to negotiate in circumstances like that. And that's probably not the fight to be had. But when laws are being passed to restrict your ability, if a law is passed that says, no magenta hair in San Antonio, Texas. If you're wearing magenta hair, we will arrest you. Well, now that truly is a restriction of your freedom to express yourself. That's such a mundane, but it scales up. It's fine. Now, they're restricting your freedom to express yourself. It would never happen, of course, but that's a fight to be fought. Chase Bank saying their employees can't have magenta hair, that's probably not a fight to be fought. But unless it's the employees at Chase Bank that say, hey, we all want to have magenta hair. But San Antonio saying no magenta hair, well, that's a fight to be fought. And that's what's important to know about your rights. It's not your right to have magenta hair at a Chase Bank. It is your right to have magenta hair on River Street in San Antonio. And to be free from harassment by local authorities, very important distinction for having magenta hair. So all that said, rights, human rights, inalienable, inseparable from the human condition, predate governments, predate the organization of civilizations. They exist inherently among people. Anytime people come together, we inherently recognize that we have these rights among each other, and we fight to protect them among ourselves. Sometimes we fight to stop people from exercising them. Notably, on several of these, like the right to be free from slavery. But we recognize these as people, and we fight to protect them, and sometimes we fight to take them away from people, and then we establish governments in order to protect them. And then, as people, we need to know these rights so that we know when to fight the powers that are trying to take them away. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the point. And thank you for listening. Enjoy the rest of your cocktails. All right, I think that was a pretty good end to the show, into the commentary section. So the idea will be that was right at 30 minutes too. Perfect. So I should be able to clip that, cut that, and post it up there. And now let's get on with the chat. Let's get on with talk, shall we? There's 30 minutes of that to unpack. I'm going to go all the way back through chat to 30 minutes ago. I trust y'all had a lively conversation while I was monologuing. So we're going to scroll to 10. There's 1026. Moose Cow's taking a sleep study. I remember reading that. Wait, what? Did anyone think this box will contain Schrodinger's cat? The box does not contain Schrodinger's cat. um, There's a really good drink, by the way. Um, okay, Kung Pao beef, Cotton Eye Joe. We're talking about chlamydia and syphilis. Chlamydia. How do I get ready? But Bob Denver, cauliflower butt. Neebs Gaming did a remake of Country Road. Okay. Um, getting almost there to the beginning. Uh, we'll fight amongst ourselves. uh, Robot Tangent, laws. But what happens with, there you go. So if laws don't exist, I don't think that's, see, what I was talking about with, like Slab City and, prior to, like, pre-government civilization, pre-civilization, I don't think there's such a thing as laws not existing unless it's just you by yourself. Because even in my household, and I'm probably in your household too, if you've got more than one person living in the house, there's rules to the household, right? Like you don't put your ball sack on the kitchen counter. That's like it's an unspoken rule. It doesn't have to be spoken, right? Unless you like go in there and you see he's like putting his ball sack all over the kitchen counter, and you're like, you need to not be doing that anymore. That's gross. I mean, if you have roommates, it's just kind of understood that you don't like use each other's toothbrush, right? It's an understood. There's baseball has like unwritten like volumes of unwritten rules, unwritten laws. There's scads of them, and we just don't do certain things as like an understanding among people. We just get it. Um, you know, like the laws don't stop you from taking your car and driving on the other side of the road and just wreaking havoc, right? The laws don't prevent you from doing that. You can do it. You can literally get in your car in the United States and drive on the left side of the road anytime you want to. I could go out and do it right now. I mean, we'd have to interrupt the show, but I could go do it right now. The laws don't prevent me from doing it. The laws don't prevent, um, I mean, we know this, laws don't prevent cops from killing suspects. Laws don't prevent uh, people from taking classified documents. Laws don't prevent uh, a lot of behaviors. Our behaviors are oftentimes our behaviors occur in complete ignorance of the law. You do things not knowing that there's even a law saying you can't do it, or not knowing that there's a law saying you can't do the opposite of what you're doing. Um, it's just, we don't do it. I don't drive on the wrong side of the road because there's cars coming this way and I could die. And it would also be rude to the cars coming at me, forcing them to veer off, and it would be extremely rude to drive on the wrong side of the road. Not the least of which, not the least bit about it being completely dangerous and deadly and life threatening. It would be rude. It's rude to not turn right on red when there's no traffic. It's infuriatingly rude. It's rude, like the unspoken law is like it's rude to stand on the left side of the escalator, right? The unspoken rule on the escalator is stand right, walk left, right? You don't just stand there on the left side of the escalator. There's no law saying you have to do it, but there's an understanding among people. It's just politeness. Don't be rude. Of course, when I'm on an escalator, I refuse to walk on an escalator because the escalator's it's rude to the escalator. That's telling the escalator like you have this job to do, but you can't do it. I could be on the stairs, walking up the stairs, but you escalator, you're carrying me up to the next floor, but I'm going to walk anyway. That's just rude. That's just rude it's rude to our robot overlords. And when they finally rise up and kill us all, the people they kill first are going to be the people that walk on the escalators. Mark my words. Anyway, um, a right to not get married. You do have a right to not get married. You don't just because you have a right to get married doesn't mean you have to get married. You've got a right to. I mean, just because you have a right to think doesn't mean that everybody thinks. There's a lot of people out there that have not turned on their brain in 20 years, and it shows. You have a right to religion, but you don't have to practice. You have a right to you have a right to work, but there's a lot of people who don't, who opt out and choose not to. Well, they choose to work different ways. I guess they're always going to be working, but trust fund babies, they don't have to work. Some of them don't. They live a life of leisure and luxury. They work out, they exercise and drink, and that's all they do. Uh, somebody else manages the money. They get they get an allowance. They get a stipend. They just float through life meaninglessly, float through life without meaning or concern. Yeah. Oh, I have a loose board on my desk here. I'll have to fix that later. Um. Uh. Cancer mouse. That's a question that many think to ask, but can't. Like what happens when? Yeah. Street Fighter on Phil's. Um, Chun-Li. Humble. And before I say that, I believe rights. I wait to hear Humble out before I say that because I believe rights are. Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Bacon. We'll keep rolling. I'm going to catch up. I am 20. Where are we at? It's 11:10. I am 30 minutes behind on chat. We'll catch up. Trust me. We'll do things for each other to survive. He's under. I'm the gatherer. And you see, this is actually a cool little hierarchy of. I used to assume that it was the natural way for like me and my lovely wife. We were very similar way of thought that she's the nurturer, I'm not. She's the nurturer, I'm the enforcer. We kind of fall into these uh, like categories and mindsets, but at the same time, I kind of reject the notion that I can't nurture my kids. I can nurture the shit out of my kids. I can care for them. I can keep them alive. I can keep them comforted, and I can keep them safe and sane. I can do all that. And my wife is perfectly capable of going out and shooting something and dragging it back to the cave, whatever the hell you want to call this. She is perfectly capable. She is strong. She is intelligent. She is independent. She can do all that shit. She doesn't need me around. I don't need her around. I prefer to have her around. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely prefer to have her around. I hope she prefers to have me around. But the notion that there's woman's work in the house and men's work in the house, I mow the lawn and she washes dishes, that's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. And I said this, actually, I had this conversation with people during the pandemic that, men like to puff out their chest and be all like, I'll take a bullet for my family, I'll take a bullet. But then there are a whole lot of those guys who are like, I'll take a bullet for my family, who wouldn't take a needle for their family. There's a whole lot of those guys that were all tough and strong and just I'll protect my family from anything. But those are the same guys that don't take any part in planning out meals for their family or shopping for food for their family. While childhood obesity and shitty diets are a number one cause of poor health in later years, and it starts at the root of children. Guys say absolutely, especially macho, fake alpha, dickhead dudes. They take absolutely no responsibility for any of that shit. They don't take any responsibility for combating pathogens in the house. They don't wash dishes. They don't do laundry. They don't teach their children basic hygiene. They don't do any of that stuff. They don't do any of the things that directly impact the health and well-being of their family in modern times. They're all about, I'll go out and kill a goddamn mammoth. Mammoths don't exist, my dude. Mammoths have been dead for centuries. You're never going to have to kill a mammoth and drag it back there. You can go out and shoot all the elks you want. That's great, fantastic. There's a Kroger's right down the street. How about, here's just a thought, how about you plan out a menu for a week? How about you participate in shopping for food? How about you participate in preparing dinner? How about you participate in washing the dishes and washing the laundry and teaching your kids how to clean their hands after they use the toilet? How about teaching them how to clean the toilet? How about teaching them how not to piss all over the toilet? My dude, these are things that will actually improve the health of your children. How about teaching them how to preserve civilization today so they don't have to learn the survival skills that you like to cosplay on the weekends and act like you're going to be a survivalist, when in reality, if the electricity goes out for 3 days, we're all fucked because even you don't know how to survive. More importantly, do the things to make sure the grid doesn't go down for 3 days, rather than prep up and make sure you have all the mashed potatoes, my dude. Because these are the life skills that people need today. And yeah, it's fun to have the survival training and all the things, and know that you can be good to go for a couple of days. But the reality is, if civilization falls apart, you, my middle-aged weekend warrior, are going to die probably early on. Really early on, because we talked about this several months ago, and whether or not you'll survive the apocalypse. Most of us wouldn't. And I've come to grips with that. Most of us wouldn't. Even you, middle-aged weekend warrior guy, you're probably not going to survive the apocalypse, especially if you think you're going to survive it, and you're going to be tough, and you're going to go out and fight the zombies or bad guys or missiles or whatever the hell's coming at you. You're going to go first, because you're going to be out there doing dumb things, like fighting an elk or punching a kangaroo or some other dumb shit. You're going to go first. You're going to take the risky behavior, and you are going to go first. The people who survive are the ones that don't take the risky behavior. They're the kids. They're the women. They're the ones that are going to sit back and make sure that things are safe and secure at home. But the ones that are like, I'm going to go kill everything, yeah, you're going to go first. Because when you're out there where the dangerous stuff is, that's when your risk of survival goes down, because that's where the dangerous stuff's at. When danger goes up, survival goes down. When danger goes down, survival goes up. And if you make sure that you're in the safe area, like us pencil neck geeks, then you survive longer. I don't know how I got that far off on the tangent, but that's the point. Oh, because we were talking about roles, hunter-gatherers, homemakers, and all that stuff. And that's another thing about that. That's not how it always was. We have this idea that, like, gender roles are what gender roles are, and they always have been ever and since forever and ever and ever. There's no real evidence that men hunted and women gathered. There's no real evidence that women stayed back. There's actual evidence that women went on hunts with men at the same time. That the whole damn tribe would move, and the runners would go out and hunt down, in their persistent hunts. The runners would go down and track down the food, and some of those runners were women. Because runners, we know this for a fact even today, that women are as good endurance athletes as men. When you get in, and I'm not talking about 100 meters and 400 meters and a mile. I'm talking about the 5, 10, 15, 20, 50, 60-mile runs. Women are as good endurance athletes as men. And in some cases, they're better. And in the early days of Homo sapiens, when we would do persistent hunts and actually track down the animals and run them until they passed out and then just like poke them with a pointy stick because they're just laying there, women were on those hunts too. And there's absolutely no reason to assume that it was only the men's role to hunt and only the women's role to stay back, because the reality is that's a relatively modern creation. Like going back to just a little bit before the Industrial Revolution, because women ran farms with the men just like they did back or prior to the steam engine. Women ran farms with the men at the same time. Women would have shops in town along with the dudes, and then a lot of times there were more women who stayed back with the shops in town, making sure things operated and things ran well, because the men would go off and do stupid things and get killed. You know, they would go do risky things. They would call up the men to go to wars in medieval times because the misogyny. But then the guys would die, and what would be left back of the 60% women and 40% men. So the women ran the shops. But that's you know that's something to talk about in 20 minutes when I finally 40 minutes when I finally catch up to chat. We do. I would agree with that. We do have it pretty good in North America. I don't know if we have it better than most, but we do have it pretty good in North America. The right to party, Dustin. You have to fight for your right to party. The right to party was never given to us. We had to fight for our right to party, and you have to continue to fight for your right to party. I don't agree with all the rights. For example, universal. Let me look back at the list. I'm sure there's a right to protection. There's a right to life, right to marry, a right to equal treatment, right to privacy, right to freedom, a right to work, a right to education. In the United States, we recognize the right to own guns. And that is part and parcel of our right to life, liberty, and personal security. The right to personal security, the right to I think that's probably what it would fall under, is the right to personal security. I don't disagree with the right to own guns. I do disagree with the way that it's interpreted today. Mostly because the way it's interpreted today is a drastic change from the way it has been interpreted for most of the history of our country up until about 1980. So that's a whole nother discussion to have. But I don't have. I have a problem with guns having more rights than humans, and I think that gun rights have largely supplanted gun owner responsibility, and that has been a cultural change in the last 40 years. Within my lifetime, that is a cultural change that we have seen happen, and it is a cultural change that can be corrected, but it's going to take another 20 or 30 years to correct it, probably, because there's a whole lot of people. I used to blame the boomers on all this, but there's a whole lot of people from the elder end of my generation whose brains have been spoiled, that we've got to overcome that too. So, but inherently, I don't have a problem with people owning guns. I don't have a problem with it at all. I do have a problem with people who are untrained and people who are. I have a problem with people who you wouldn't trust with a can opener owning a gun. And there's a lot of people who even us gun owners know people that we would not trust with a gun. We all know people. They're all mostly different people, but we all know people. I could tell you where the dude lives in our neighborhood. He's fucking psychopath. We all know him. We all know these people. He's a danger to himself and others, and everybody knows it. But there's nothing you can do about it. He's just that guy, and we just avoid him because he's a piece of shit, and we all know it. He probably knows he's a piece of shit, but he's one of those guys. He's like, I don't hurt anybody. Fine, whatever. Glenn, fucking piece shit. You know who you are. If you're watching, you know who you are. You're not watching. You're not fun. Anyway, two people on the planet with any right. The way I figure it, there's only two people on the planet with any right to tell you what to do. That is probably incorrect. Uh, as I can think of four immediately off the top of my head. uh, Cancer Mouse strongly seconded. What was Cancer Mouse strongly? Oh, what else? Oh, Mr. Jiggs is in the house. Let me write that name down. Mr. Jiggs gets on the list again. Add a name to the wheel. Woo! Or add a slice to the wheel. Mr. Jiggs is already on the wheel. Got to fight for all the rights. To life because we have to fight. No, that's, well, you see, that is, I mean, you don't have to kill. You can fight for a right and not kill for it. Those are two different things. You may need to be willing to, especially if it's a fundamental right that affects your life and well-being and security and all that. But what point is it to fight for a right if you're sacrificing your own life in order to maintain it? Like cops are coming to present a search warrant and search your premises, and you think it's an illegitimate search warrant. Or if they kick in your door and they don't present a search warrant, and you shoot back and they gun you down, well, you've legitimately attempted to defend your rights. You failed. You're going to die. So what point? Maybe the better question is, should we have a police force that can do that? That's a question for another day. That's beyond the scope of this discussion tonight. Beastie Boy reference should go over my head. Just because the parent tells the child what to do, should the child agree with them just because the parent is lazy? Oh, well, you see, the child doesn't often have a choice. Just because the parent is lazy, the child doesn't often have a choice. And the child can disagree with the parent, but the parent can make that child's life absolutely fucking miserable. And of course, the kid makes the parent's life reciprocally through an act of reciprocity. The child also makes the parent's life miserable. Let's go that way. And if he's a good parent, then the parent sits down and says, okay, look, y'all are making us crazy. Let's see if we can find a solution to this. I've done this several times with my boys. We send the boys up to get ready for bed at the same time. They share a bathroom. They share a sink. They fight. They're 5 years apart. They fight. So we started sending the one up first, and then the other one goes up after, separate them from the bathroom, or we give them separate bathrooms. We gave them the choice. He's like, I'll go up first, and I'll go up second, and that's how we did it. But, I could have done all kinds of things and imposed silence on them. Like, you go up to get ready for bed, and you do not speak. If you cannot get together, you cannot speak. And I could have been all kinds of draconian. But, I mean, that's a challenging, because, that's a parenting question. Like, I don't think, like, generally speaking, a child is not in a position where they can, it's not a relationship of equals. So they're not really in a position. They can fight it. And a good parent is going to try to resolve the fight, not avoid the fight. So if a child disagrees, then, the parents, that's good parenting and bad parenting or different parenting. I guess there's different solutions to that problem. That's it. Just different ways to solve that problem. Let's keep going. Bimbo Barbarella has joined the chat. Cheers, Bimbo Barbarella. There's a fly that I missed. I'm going to try and kill him later. Bimbo Barbarella. I missed him because he landed on something that I couldn't smack him dead with. Bimbo's joined the chat. Cheers. Going into George Carlin. What? Child must trust the parent. Well, parents can absolutely violate that trust though, and that is a trust is a tricky thing because parents can violate the trust and children can violate the trust. That's a function of parenting. That's a function of good parenting and bad parenting, and you can parents can violate a child's trust, and then you've got to work to get that back as a parent. But just in the same way that children can violate a parent's trust, and then they've got to work to get that trust back as children. I mean, I think, God, it's been a long time since I've been like a kid living in my parents' house. But I think, generally speaking, that trust is in the parent-child relationship, trust is generally extended unless it has been egregiously violated repeatedly. And sometimes it's not even repeatedly. Sometimes it's just egregiously violated, and it only has to be once. I can think of several circumstances where it will be egregiously violated, but that's another tangent. We'll come back to that another day, maybe. Bimbo was a busy beaver today. I saw that you posted a video today. Congratulations. Hope it's doing well. You said and down. I saw it was fun with food was the video. I saw it. Even the Flintstones. Yeah, well, I know the Flintstones had laws. They had police and everything. Slab City's in California. Thank you, Bacon, for reminding me of that. I thought it was in California. But I couldn't remember. I knew it was somewhere out in the desert. I couldn't remember if it was California desert or Nevada desert. But it's also in the mountains, which would have put it in California, or near the mountains, which would have put it in California. And I know the Flintstones had laws. The Flintstones had laws and cops and all kinds of stuff. The Flintstones were a full-on civilization. Of course, they were also make-believe, but they were a full-on civilization. The principles and standards without rules or laws. I don't see a distinction between the two. Unwritten rules are the governing laws of a group of people. They're, you call them what you want to call them, but governing rules, the rules that govern your behavior is what government is. At its core, governance is the thing that governs our behavior. And there's unwritten rules, there's common law, there's written law, criminal law, civil law, common law. There's unwritten rules of social conduct and mores and morals, and there's all the things that kind of come together in what creates a society and what creates. There's no written law that says I can't go and shit in my neighbor's yard. I don't, because I have my own bathroom. There's no reason for me to do it. I was surprised to find out that people get offended when you throw trash in their trash can that's on the curb on trash day. I didn't understand this. Like, it's trash. What the fuck do you care? It's just, I'm throwing my garbage. I have garbage in my car. I'm driving past a trash can. I throw it in your trash can. What do you care? There's the unwritten rules about diving in people's trash and pulling out things that you think are valuable, like grabbing their golf clubs off the curb, or grabbing, you know, hell, there's neighborhoods that's just assumed. You put out a couch at 10 p.m. the night before trash day with the assumption that it's going to be gone before sunrise. Um, the assumption that if you're first in line to buy a desk on Facebook Markets, that when you tell them you'll be there at 8 o'clock and you go there at 8 o'clock, and then they say, well, no, I just sold it to somebody else who got here before you, that person is in the wrong. There's no law against it. First come, first serve, whatever. But I said I would buy it. Just because I live an extra half hour away doesn't mean that was my desk, you fucking asshole. You sold my desk out from under me. Shame on you. There's nothing that you can do about it. You can't bring it to a court of law. You have no recourse. But that was a dick move. There's, unwritten rules that govern our behavior. That's what governance is. Just because it's written down, but just because it was a legislative body that wrote it down and passed it as a administrative procedural vote, and it got signed off on by the tribe elder, whether it's the president or mayor or governor or whoever it was, there's no real difference functionally, except if it's actually a part of the administrative state, then there's consequences involved. I mean, hell, there were laws in the South that were never written down. The whole reason that lynching stopped in the South isn't because, like, all of a sudden everybody hugged and understood that that people worked out okay. It's because law enforcement took over that role, largely took over that role. I mean, they weren't hanging people in town square, but law enforcement largely started taking over that role of maintaining that social order that was being maintained by lynchings for 70 years in the South. It's not that it went away, it's just that it changed its shape and changed its function and changed its form. And those weren't laws that were written down. That's just how they did things. Unwritten rules are as much law as written rules. We just call them a different thing. And they have different consequences. But I mean, we see that today with the so-called cancel culture bullshit that happens on social media. Say something. I don't know. Go on. Fuck. What would it be? Go on Twitter and deny the Holocaust? Maybe. Would that get you? I think that would probably get you flamed out on Twitter pretty easy, pretty solidly. I think. Go. I don't know. Maybe be a congressman in Florida and say that ugly chicks don't need to worry about getting abortions. And maybe there'd be some social consequence. Maybe there's some unwritten social rules. Maybe there won't be. Maybe there's no social consequence whatsoever for this turd socket. But there's a whole bunch of people that think that that's probably not an appropriate thing to do, and they would probably do something along the lines like raise $1.5 million for abortion assistance funds. Probably do something along those lines. I mean, there's a lot of unwritten rules that function effectively as law. It's just hard to know what those rules are. Like, how long am I allowed to look at the home run after I just hit it? How far am I allowed to toss my bat? How many flips are allowed? 2? 1? Is it allowed to rotate twice before it hits the ground? Am I allowed to look at the pitcher? How long is the pitcher allowed to look at the batter after the batter hits the home run? There's a bunch of unwritten rules that work. The version that I saw, by the way, Bimbo, the version I saw of your video was 3, I think. I didn't realize that there were that's what the numbers meant. Whip your kid's butt for fighting earlier. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, you see, here's the thing. An ass whooping worked on my oldest kid, but ass whooping isn't the same type of punishment for my younger kid. It doesn't work the same way on him. Uh, he thinks differently. He gets reached a different way. So that's a discussion for another day. Though it's a fascinating the way these kids are different, and you just can't, one size fits all doesn't work. Can we get a head chopping? Literally bust into a house. Okay, so 2 things about that statement, Dustin. The Kool-Aid Man from Family Guy. That gives me no small amount of joy that 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 your reference, first you misspelled Kool-Aid, but your reference to the guy from the Kool-Aid commercials from the 80s is rooted in the cartoon from the late 90s and early 2000s. That cracks me up to no end. Like the Kool-Aid Man from Family Guy. Like, the Kool-Aid Man from Family Guy is the Kool-Aid Man from Kool-Aid commercials. I had an Intellivision video game that we got from the Kool-Aid Company by sending in those little UPC points. Yeah, I'm old. um, that is a good point as well, Jen. It is hard to this Kool-Aid Man from Family Guy. I love that. Oh yeah, from Family Guy. Oh Lord, standing for the house and staining the exterior. um, Hammurabi's code predates the Magna Carta by a long shot, by about 2,000 years, 1900, no, 17 plus 12, yeah, 1900, 1900 years. Vanessa Kitty's in the house. Did I see Vanessa Kitty? Vanessa Kitty's in the house. Sweet. Hi, Vanessa Kitty. Add your name to the list. And just a reminder, the list is the names on the wheel for a chance to win 4 samples of our delicious whiskey, straight whiskey, special reserve, double oak rye, and the Boomtown Bourbon. Boomtown Bourbon. Boomtown Bourbon, the only bourbon that makes you a better person. I'll have to come up with a good catchphrase for that. All right, we'll keep going. Kool-Aid everywhere. Vanessa, that's actually kind of a summary of the code that you don't kill people unless they deserve it. You don't club them unless you deserve it. That's kind of the code. Is you know don't take shit, and if you do, you deserve to get clubbed. And don't club people unless they deserve to get clubbed. That was kind of the summary of most of the code that I read. If you're into kill, that's actually, yeah, they actually have a whole division of people in the government that are trained to do that sort of thing and encouraged to do it. They get special hats and boots and pants and shirts, and they're encouraged to go do it. Just as long as people in other countries, they encourage you. And then they kind of have these events that they throw periodically so that they can go do that. Yeah, it's kind of how it works. Boy. um, Kool-Aid man. Oh Lord, how far behind? Oh shit, I'm not getting better. I'm getting worse. Um, we got to keep rolling. Could divorce even before you could. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, well, yeah. You know, I don't know. I don't know the history of divorce. I don't know if it was ever conceived as a thing. I mean, the church put an end to the multiple wives thing, but you know, if you get married and you just leave and you go to another town, there's no way in the other town they knew you were married, you know? So I don't think divorce was a conception of an idea. You just left and just fucked off and left. You know, you didn't stick around in the same town if you wanted to get away from your spouse. You just left. You went to another town. You bailed. Um, anyway, but that would be interesting to look into. History of divorce. Of divorce. Because, you know, marriage is just a contract. It's just it's just a legal agreement that literally binds your property to each other. You sign over your property and she signs over her property, and that's the marriage is a legal contract that way. Uh, Vanessa, I think the people who could vote at the beginning of the establishment of the, think, I don't think the Constitution sets a legal voting age. Y'all can fact check me on that one. I can't remember. I don't think our U.S. Constitution sets a legal voting age. I think the voting age is set at the state level. I don't think the U.S. Constitution states who's allowed to, but I can't remember, and I don't want to look it up. I'll look it up later afterwards, and we can have that discussion later. Voting rights, history of voting rights. Voting. Because I know, you know, in the 1970s, 60s, they changed the voting age from, they lowered it to 18. The national voting age will be 18, or whatever it was. That was a whole constitutional amendment. Um, so I don't know. I don't know. Somebody look that up and tell me. Y'all got the internet. Y'all can do it. Um, where was it? It just leapt forward there. Uh, I don't want to miss out too much. Let me keep looking. Jesus, how far back do I need to go? Salem County. There we are. Chris Mitchell. Got it. Um, Good lead and agree. Uh, but Utah has been like 4 times as much. Hawaii and Alaska, highest cost living. Da, da, da. I am going to catch up to chat. Y'all are not going to beat me out of this. They're merely principles against aggression, usually known as murder, rape, theft, and assault. That is a right to security, right there. Right to right to protect yourself from the use, whatever. Yeah, okay. Most dependent on federal funds. Trans-Alaska Pipeline. Da 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 da. Okay, we're going to catch up. Rights are definitely much more than self-defense. Um, Socially acceptable to be rude. I don't know if it's entirely socially acceptable to be rude these days. A lot of rude people get called out for being socially unacceptable. Standards of your community as stated during your presentation. See, and within the standards of the community are important, but the standards of the community also have to be in, if your standards of your community violate your human rights, then it's not you that's wrong, it's the community that's wrong. And I mean, it doesn't matter if the community's wrong if you're hanging from a tree, right? I mean, ultimately, you're dead. If the community's wrong and they are violent, then you lose out, right? But that, and that's where you that's where you choose to draw up the battle lines of where you're going to fight and what you're going to change. Because there's some fights that are more worthy of your time than others. Like, for example, holy shit, for example, just yesterday at the Humble ISD board meeting, there was a group of parents, not necessarily from this district, who were trying to get a whole bunch of books banned from our libraries. That's a fight worth fighting. That is the freedom of that is the freedom of my children to be able to read books. And banning books? Are you fucking kidding me? That's a fight worth having. I'm not allowed to go. My wife told me in no uncertain terms that she would be extremely mad at me if I went to a board meeting, because I would very likely tell these people that they're full of shit and they have no business being here, and we would get in a shouting match and the whole thing would come to an end. But these people are coming into a school board meeting with a list of books they want, like 35 books they want to get banned. There's a news article about it. They're trying to impose a standard on the community, and that's a fight worth fighting. I'm willing to fight that fight. Now, if they want to be all like, in fact, I don't know if any of these books are even in the library, and it doesn't matter. But if they want to say, look, let's not buy these books. Let's have an approved. I'm not even sure I'm okay with that, but an approved book list, whatever. But I mean, it's a high school library, so have a, you can only buy so many books. And have a list of preferred books. You have the better ones at the top and the worst ones at the bottom. I don't care, whatever you want to do it. But I'm not a big fan of saying, look, you can't read these books. Now, of course, like I was saying earlier, you can't read these. You may not be able to read these books here, but you can read them there. And maybe it's not the school district's responsibility to make sure that every book is available at every library in the school district, to simply say, look, at the elementary school, these books aren't here, but they'll be in the high school. Yeah, that's fair. And maybe there's some books that, it's just not for high school reading. The young. But in the Humble area, we have libraries that are outside of the school district, so it's not really that big of a deal. It's just a dickish fight to have. Like, why even be there? Why even start the fight? Well, if you want to start something, let's have it. Let's have this fight. And I just saw the text on the screen. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that one. Had that there the whole damn time. Didn't even notice. This is the one from last week. But anyway, we'll talk. I mean, that's a fight that I'm willing to have. Don't come into my school district and start talking about banning books. That is not what we. There's more important fights to be had, especially in a school district setting, than to ban books that aren't even in the library to begin with. Because I guarantee you, high schoolers are going to read these books. If I know high schoolers, they're going to read these books. All right, let's keep going. It is 11:10 in chat and 11:53. God damn, I am not catching up. I'm trying. I keep monologuing. Federal share of state revenue, Alaska. Yeah, so federal income tax accounts a small portion of greater land mass in the state. Permanent fund gas. Why do you think the Boy Scouts had to go? Huh? To Alaska? We'll catch up to that. I'm sure I'll find out the context of that later. The coverage with a rug of a mammoth. God damn it. That was a long time ago. I'll catch up. Things we achieve when we work together. I've survived this long. Steam from the blessed comet. Guns do not have rights. Humans have rights. Tools are just things. You see that I would agree with that statement, but the law and a significant portion of the population does not agree with that statement. They agree with the statement as written. Guns do not have rights, but they disagree with that statement in their actions. So, and I'm more interested in actions than statements. And I also agree that guns in the hands of dangerous people are more dangerous than guns in the hands of not dangerous people. But I also would contend that guns are more dangerous than knives. And if you disagree with that statement, I'm willing to have a duel. Nobody's ever taken me up on the offer of a duel, but I'm absolutely willing to have a duel. You can have all the knives you want. We'll get Lisa to drop the contracts and make it legal so that if you get hurt, I'm not liable because it's your own stupid decision, but we'll stand out there at 30 paces and have a duel, or 20 paces, or, however far you want to be. I'm cool with that. I'm absolutely cool with that. And you're right, the police are not obligated to protect. They do not have an obligation, an inherent obligation to protect. That is true. That is a truth. I'm going to pour myself a fresh drink as we scroll some more and try to catch up. Try desperately hard to catch up to this shit. We may just skip forward, but I'm going to try not to. How much training and exercising a right is enough? Actually, yeah, you do train and practice your religion. That is why they call them practicing Christians. You train and practice when exercising your free speech. The more you write, the better you get at writing. The more you speak, the better you get at speaking. And in a crowd of people, someone who is inarticulate can be dangerous as well as ineffectual. So yeah, you absolutely do train. Besides, in our own Constitution, we have the words well regulated, not just any jackoff with a fucking gun, because a well-regulated militia is inherent to the security of a free state, not just a bunch of jackoffs with a bunch of guns and a six-pack of Natty Light. That's not a fucking militia. A bunch of jackoffs with guns is not a militia. It is absolutely not. And that's actually not, it may not be next week's, but it may be the show after that, because I have an update to the militia episode that I did a few weeks back. Because we actually have definitions, legal definitions in the United States of what a militia is. And it, spoiler alert, nowhere in the country where there's a definition of what a militia is it some jackoff with a deer rifle and a six-pack of Natty Light. It's just not there. The hate that AOC gets from people who aren't even her constituents, that cracks me up. That absolutely cracks me up. Um, uh, Three rulings from SCOTUS have stated emphatically no police officer has duty to protect. Yep. Da, 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 da. 3-year-old killed itself in Atlanta this week. Open carry here in open. Yep. Guns are so simple to use. Even a toddler can use them. That is. And you see, here's the really cool thing. Most states have laws that make it illegal to keep unsecured firearms in a house. So if a toddler takes a gun and shoots their own head off, the parent is supposed to be arrested and taken to jail. But there's not a sheriff. There's very few sheriffs in the country that would actually enforce that law because sheriffs are elected officials. And if you were the elected official that arrested a parent whose child had just killed themselves with your firearm, do you think that sheriff would get reelected? Chances are, no. But there you go. That's probably another discussion for another day. Are we after midnight? We are after midnight. Holy crap. I'm getting closer, though. It's only 33 minutes back now. Bourbon has joined the chat. Cheers, Bourbon. Bourbon. Your name will be added to the wheel. Cheers, Ben. Congratulations on speeches never happened before. New drug for GI tract. Gotcha. How'd that work out for the Unabomber? He was a math prodigy, isolated in the woods, and mailed explode. You see, I got a lot to talk about with the Unabomber. If he hadn't written his manifesto, they probably wouldn't have ever caught him. They didn't have enough evidence to. They had gotten his brother had suspected that he was that Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, and it's UNABOMER. There's no B. It's not an I. It's Unabomber. Anyway, his brother had suspected that it was him, but didn't have any evidence to prove it. But when that son of a bitch wrote his manifesto, they caught him. If he'd have never written the manifesto, he'd still be living in his cabin, still be sending pipe bombs. He'd probably have made a mistake by now, but he'd still be living in his cabin, still be sending out pipe bombs. He wrote his manifesto. He had to get his manifesto out of there. And if you actually read the manifesto, it's kind of cuckoo, crazy, environmental, Luddite, jibber jabber. But it's kind of militant environmentalism is what it is. Like he's like, blow up the Hummers to protect the environment because we're all going to running the country or running the planet into the ground. He was ahead of his time. But he was also crazy and violent and a terrorist. But if he wouldn't have written his fucking manifesto, he'd still be in his little cabin sending out bombs. But he had to write his manifesto. I am only 32 minutes behind in chat. Thank you, Bourbon. To cause greater. See, there was a time when banishment from a village basically just meant you were condemned to death. You would be dead by the elements. You would starve to death. You'd get ripped to shreds by wild animals. You weren't going to survive more than a few weeks. Or, if you were lucky, you would make it to the next town. Now, banishment from society is a whole nother thing. There are social costs, but you get on with your life. You take the L, you take the lumps, you take the bad Google reviews, the bad Yelp reviews, you take the Twitter flames, you close your account, you get a new one, you do whatever you need to do, you make amends, you apologize, and you move on with your life. Better plan is don't be a fucking dirtbag to start with. If you're not a dirtbag and you say something inappropriate, your tribe comes around you and says, look, this guy's not a dirtbag, leave him alone. Not being an asshole, I mean, just ask Dave Chappelle. He says edgy things on stage. He says some shit. He steps over a line, gets himself in trouble. But he's not a dirtbag. He's actually a decent guy. Just says some inappropriate things. Does he get away with it? He gets away with it because he's not actually a dirtbag. Louis C.K., actual dirtbag. Did inappropriate things. Lost his big-time career. Now he's a small-time career. He's a good traveling comic, but he's not a superstar traveling comic. He still has a livelihood. He can get on with his fucking life. I don't know if he ever apologized. I don't know if he ever made amends, but, you know, I think he's taken his L and he's resolved to not be a dirtbag. Hell, even I say and do inappropriate things, but I'm not a dirtbag. I endeavor to not be dirtbags. And I think Lisa would vouch for me that I'm not a dirtbag. Even if I, you know, piss her off sometimes. I think my lovely wife would vouch for the fact that I'm not a dirtbag. Maybe, you know, I say some things that, like, maybe might piss some people off sometimes. Maybe piss some people off. But, you know, like, deep down, I'm not really misogynist. I'm not really racist. I'm not really any of that shit. I don't think I am. And if I am, you know, if I get called on it, like, I'll do my reflection and I'll, like, am I? Like, challenge my own beliefs? Like, challenge, like, whether or not I'm an actual dirtbag. Like, am I a dirtbag? I might be a dirtbag. Like, shit, dude, I'm sorry. I'm a dirtbag. I'm going to do my best to fix that. I'll try not to be a dirtbag anymore. Is there anything I can do to make amends? And then, you know, you hug it out and get on with your life. That's how you get past it, you know? Don't be a dirtbag. And then if you do find out that you're a dirtbag, because we can be dirtbags without knowing we're dirtbags, you just kind of like try to not be a dirtbag anymore. But not like fucking Glenn. He's a fucking dirtbag. He knows he's a dirtbag, and he's okay with being a dirtbag, but he didn't care that he's a dirtbag because he's like, fuck it, I can be a dirtbag if I want to. Like, all right, fine, fuck you, Glenn. You're a dirtbag. Be a dirtbag. Nobody likes you. No, it's like, seriously, nobody likes this guy. Nobody likes this guy. He's got an asshole dog, some kind of fucking little terrier that just barks his, oh, he's an asshole. Nobody likes this guy. Nobody. I mean, maybe his mom does. I don't know. I don't know if he's old enough to have his mom around still. I don't talk to him. Piece of shit. Anyway. Let's go. People cannot isolate. Yeah, most people can't isolate for any length of time. That is true. Most people have trouble isolating for more than a few days at a time. We're social creatures. We just can't do that. It is. And we saw that during the pandemic, that people were just, you know, reaching out, doing Zoom meetings, Zoom calls, chat forums, all kinds of stuff on the YouTubes and Zooms, and it was. I mean, they go cuckoo crazy sometimes, and you can't. Yeah, unsecured firearms around a kid is generally a bad thing. Generally a bad thing. And my dad had guns too. I have my dad's guns, as well as my own. But he had them secured because, you know, we hunted, and he was a federal police officer with the U.S. Postal Service. He was a postal inspector, a federal officer with the Postal Inspection Service. So he had a service revolver, which I have in my closet, secured. And we had our shotguns. I had my rifle. Yeah, we had guns. We always had guns. Always. It's always been a thing. It's always been just part of the background noise. But it's also been part of, like, proper handling and security of the weapons. That's what they are. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to catch up. Oh, I've fallen 5 more minutes behind. This play what? Dad has guns and Playboys in the closet. um, dumpster diving. Yeah, the unwritten rules of like staying out of other people's trash cans. Yeah. Uh, and like for real, I thought that was the strangest rant on a neighborhood forum that somebody was in my garbage can. Somebody put garbage in my garbage can, and like half the comments were like, "Really? What's the point? What? Huh? What?" I thought that's what garbage cans were for. I didn't understand the outrage, but apparently that's a thing. Uh, anyway, Unabomber decided he could kill people by mail bombs. He isolated himself from the world. His mental health deteriorated. His mental health deteriorated before he isolated himself from the world. He was already cuckoo bird crazy. Um, he was, according to his history, he got ill as a child and changed. His mental well-being changed after his childhood illness. It was like a really bad fever, and something in him changed. He had a kind of a distant and aloof. They thought he was going to die. He was almost. I mean, he was that sick. It's fascinating read on that guy. And I found it to be a fascinating case because it was a case that was every once in a while, my dad would have new information about the Unabomber because he was a postal inspector, and every once in a while he'd bring home that information. Not classified information, not anything special, but it was a new information in the case because that was the postal inspectors were part of that case because he was mailing bombs to people. And I always found the Unabomber to be fascinating. He was like he and DB Cooper were uh, like American bandits, like ghosts. They were criminal specters that just that existed but didn't exist. You could never catch them. They were these fascinating creatures in my mind when I was a kid. Easy Street. There are laws that say guns should be secured when they're around children, and it says if you have an unsecured gun, you can go to jail. If somebody, I mean, that's what it. I mean, that's literally what the law says. At least in Texas, that's what. If you have an unsecured gun and somebody, it's a misdemeanor, I think, to have or it might be a felony to have an unsecured or a gun fall in the hands of a child in the house if you have an unsecured gun with a child in the house. But the only way they know that happens is if the child picks up the gun and shoots it. So it's like not just having the gun laying around and then a cop's driving by and he stops and knocks on your door. He says, "Hey, I was just wondering if you had a gun laying around. Oh, can I come in and look?" Of course, you can say, "No, you're not allowed to come in and look unless you have a search warrant. Fuck off," because we have a right to privacy. Well, we had a right to privacy. I don't know if we still do. Since the Supreme Court says we don't have a right to privacy in the Constitution of the United States, maybe the Constitution of the United States needs to be amended to include a right to privacy in it, even though it's assumed and inherent in our Constitution. Anyway, I mean, there is, yes, I don't disagree with that, Bacon. There is a difference between principles and standards of law. Laws are obviously a function of the administrative state and have consequences attached to the laws and costs attached to the enforcement of laws. But functionally speaking, are the unwritten laws by which we live, the social mores and standards and principles by which we live and interact with other people are also, I mean, they're the unwritten laws. They're not the administrative laws, but they're the unwritten laws that govern our lives. And if there was no government, those would be the law of the land. But I don't disagree. There's obviously a difference between principle, standards, mores, and morals, and actual administrative laws. But that's also semantics. uh, pedantics, pedantics, semantics. Yeah. Anyway, um, so teaching your children to respect firearms. Yep, yep, yep. Teaching your children to respect firearms is also part and parcel of keeping your firearm secured. Because if you don't respect the firearm because you leave it laying around the house, then you're not really teaching your kids to respect the firearms too. And properly securing a firearm, the trigger guard and leaving it unloaded and all that stuff locked away. But there you go. All right, where are we at? 11:39, 12:14. Okay, little fast forward action going. Have laws about firearms. We secured storage around kids. Most states do have laws about firearms being stored, safely stored firearms, and there are different laws about kids. Most states, and there's different laws if kids use that firearm versus if adults use those firearms. Yes, that is accurate. That is true. I don't know what case in detail, but if he isolated himself, it wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. If he had just lived in his little Unabomber cabin, everything would be fine. But he went to live in the Unabomber cabin so that he could mail out the bombs. That was the point, or that was half the point. He wanted to be an environmentalist, off the grid, whatever. But he was a professor, Harvard educated. I don't know if he was a Harvard professor, but he was Harvard educated. He was a professor, and then he went to live in his little cabin so that he could mail off his bombs. That's because he was a cuckoo bird. So there you go. You've never seen Family Guy? Dude talking to the ghost of chat. I am talking to the ghost of chat past, but I am catching up. I'm only trying to catch up. Family Guy reference, Kool-Aid Man. 6 hours. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nonsense. Oh, nope, mouse, but sorry. Not only is that already against the law in most places along common sense, but it only affects those that follow the law, just like the safe storage of firearms does not only affect people that follow the law. The safe storage of firearms only affects people that don't follow the law. It only affects people that don't follow the law. Because if you follow the law and safely store your firearm, the law has no effect on you whatsoever, except to reinforce the proper safe storage of firearms to begin with. If you don't safely, the law doesn't affect you if you don't. If I have a gun here on my desk right now, the law doesn't affect me. But if one of my kids comes in here and shoots it off, and cops get called because of discharge of a firearm, then yeah, that would affect me because I am literally breaking the law. I mean, most laws only affect people who break the laws. They don't affect law-abiding citizens. Most laws don't affect law-abiding citizens at all. Because if you're a law-abiding citizen, you're abiding by the law. So that's a logical inconsistency that just drives me absolutely nuts. Most laws don't affect law-abiding citizens. If you don't run red lights, you don't get red light tickets. You don't get tickets for running red light. You're a law-abiding citizen. You're literally a law-abiding citizen because you stopped at a red light. If you run the red light, you're literally no longer a law-abiding citizen, so you get a ticket for running a red light. They're like, red light cameras only affect law-abiding citizens. No, they don't. They only affect people who run red lights. They literally only affect people that run red lights. It's a tax on people who are selfish and run red lights, who don't think that red lights apply to them. That's it. Anyway. Well, there you go. All firearms and ammo must be stored in secure storage if any children in the home. Yeah, I think that's how it's worded here in Texas too. Yeah. but also again, not it's not generally a law that gets enforced, especially if it gets if they come across it because a kid shot themselves or their sibling, because there's not a sheriff that would arrest. Oh Jesus Christ! There's not a sheriff that would arrest a parent after their kid gets shot or a kid goes to the hospital. There's not a sheriff that would do that. Now, if you're in commission of another crime, like there's a kid in the house and there's a bunch of meth and cocaine and the cops come in and they arrest you for your drugs and there's guns laying around, well, they add the unsecured firearms to the list because you've got kids and drugs and unsecured firearms. They add that to the list. But if the kid shoots somebody, they're not going to arrest the parent. It's just not going to happen. It just doesn't. It doesn't. It very rarely gets enforced. Not everyone gets arrested. Like almost nobody gets arrested. Like it almost never happens. Almost never. When their kid shoots themselves because the gun wasn't stored properly, the parents almost never get it. Could you imagine a cop arresting a grieving parent on camera? Like their kid is being put in the ambulance to be taken to the morgue and they're being put in the back of the cop car? Could you imagine that? Never in a million years is that going to happen. Ever. Ever. Anyway. It's just not a thing that's, it's just not going to happen. So anyway. Divorces went for Congress back in the, it really was an act of Congress. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Huh. Interesting. That would be an interesting thing to check out. Because I'm thinking, if you go back far enough, like it's not, divorce isn't even a conception of a thing. Partly because, the woman would die giving birth to the second child anyway. They start at 13 and they die before they turn 18 because they just have pumped out so many babies. So it's more likely the guy's going to marry again anyway. They don't have to get a divorce. One place you're not breaking the law, and others. Okay. Rather be dead than red. All right. I want a gun above the couch where practice. Oh yeah. Oh my God, you're right, Destin. That's the couch is where you do the suplexes and drop the elbows and knees. You definitely don't want a gun there. You might actually knock it off the back of the couch. I'm a teacher because we care to help others learn and understand, interpret the world around them. Diggity, diggity, diggity. Talking about books, book banning. Yeah. Now, I don't think they want to do a book burning here in HISD, Humble ISD yet, but there's still time. There's still time. Not being covered in the study, especially today. Your backwind, interested in general. Yep. It was not always allowed for a wife to file divorce. That is true. And I think it was probably before the 1970s it wasn't allowed. Like, divorce wasn't even a thing. It wasn't legal. You couldn't get a divorce unless there was cause. No fault divorce was something that was an innovation in I think the 70s, maybe in the 80s. Can't remember. History repeats itself. I agree. Well, it may not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. And democracies can end in authoritarian dictatorships. But I believe I've seen research. I think I've seen research, and not I believe. I think I've seen research and thought experiments that show capitalist democracies go the fascist route, where socialist democracies go the communist route. And where there's larger institutions, you have a much, where there's larger institutions and deeply embedded bureaucracies, you have a much greater resistance to devolving into fascism than otherwise. And that was a topic that we discussed back in, I think, March, and it may be time to revisit that and look at it again. Like, and it was, the question was, how do you protect a democracy, a democratic republic? How do we protect our democracy? And it was important to remember, what I thought was important was to know how governments evolve, you know, which paths governments take, because you don't generally go in a capitalist democratic republic to a communist republic or a communist dictatorship. You go from a capitalist democratic republic to a fascist state, because that's the way the structures work and the way the degradation of the government works. There's a whole discussion of it, and we can, that may be a topic to revisit. It's a good, it's, you know, because and partly the reason I wanted to revisit that, or the reason I wanted to visit in the first place, was because people are, oh, we're going to become communists. We go communism. We're not. There's zero chance that we go from where we're at to communism. Zero chance. We got to go through like 3 stop signs to get there. There's a much greater chance that you go from where you're at, where we're at, with only like 1 stop sign, to a fascist oligarchical type of state. And there's reasons for that. There's reasons for that, because natures of a fascist state are government control of, or corporate control of government operations, and then, you know, the nationalism and totalitarian, like all the other stuff that comes, the 14 hallmarks of a fascist state. This isn't groundbreaking. I'm not plowing new fields on this one. There's a lot of thought and academic research on how this shit works, and how societies evolve and change and devolve and grow. And that's something to that may be something to revisit at some point. But I don't want to tangent off of that too far, because it's 11:54 and 12:26, and I'm still just 20 minutes behind. I'm catching up, people. I'm actually catching up. And do you really want to smoke? What? Smoking what? Most democracies. But also, one more point on this. Most democracies ending. That's one of the reasons why a Republican style democracy is so enduring. It takes a long time for it to devolve and turn in. I mean, even the Roman Senate survived long past the fall of Rome. The Roman Senate survived. I mean, shit, when Rome fell, it was 400 AD. The Roman Senate survived long past. It was like survived up into the 1200s, if I'm not mistaken. It was, the Roman Senate persisted even after the Vandals sacked the city, because they wanted the Senate to stick around to give the patina of legitimacy of whatever ruling barbarian was sitting on the throne. They needed the Senate to continue and persist. So there you go. Anyway, carry on. Carry on, old humble guy. Move forward. All this happened before, all this will happen again. Yes. Keep going. Keep and bear arms says nothing about it. That's true. Keep and bear arms says nothing about specifically firearms. That is true. But it is understood to mean that. So it is understood that the role of a militia was not going to be them walking around with shovels or bows and arrows or anything like that. But it's also understood that a militia is not just some dumbass with a deer rifle. In no version of the history of a militia has it just been a dude with a gun. The militia was called up and organized. It was organized. It was called up and organized. There were people who had to arm themselves, and the militia was called up and organized. So there you go. So let's keep going. One of the first militias was created near Boston. Well, that is true. It was the Minutemen near Boston, Lexington and Concord, if I'm not mistaken. See, that's the thing. Dueling's illegal in most states, Dustin, but and it's illegal in the state of Texas without question. But I have a really good lawyer friend, Lisa, and she can definitely draw up contracts that will make it legal, or at least indemnify the participants. And mind you, I'm offering this opportunity for somebody to choose a knife of their choosing. I haven't told you what gun I would pick. I could choose an airsoft gun. I got a paintball gun. And just because I have pistols and rifles and shotguns doesn't mean I'm going to choose those guns. I might choose a Nerf gun. But just the prospect, just the idea that the gun I choose may not be an airsoft gun. The gun I choose may not be a BB gun. The gun I choose might be the actual shotgun or the actual rifle or the actual Smith & Wesson 38 that I've got in my closet. Just the actual prospect that it might be one of those has prevented anybody from taking up the offer whatsoever. I'm not a crazy person. I'm not a madman. And, you know, guns in the hands of wrong people, right? Those are the dangerous ones, right? But still, nobody would accept mine. Nobody has accepted mine. And I have made this offer for at least, when did Sandy Hook happen? It was before Sandy Hook. It was probably after the Aurora. I don't know. It was after one of the mass shootings. And people were all like, oh, guns and cheeseburgers and ladders and hammers and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know what? If you dumbasses actually believe that cheeseburgers are as dangerous and deadly as a sawed-off shotgun, well, then let's do this thing. Let's have a fucking duel. Take your cheeseburgers, and I'll take a gun of my choosing. And they just won't accept. Even if I don't specify what gun I will use, they just don't. They nope out. They absolutely nope out. They won't take the offer because just the prospect, just the idea, the concept of standing downrange from somebody pointing a gun at you. You don't know how good a shot I am. I'm clearly not a crazy person, but yet a gun in my hands is dangerous than a cheeseburger in my hands. It's a fact of life. We know this intuitively. We know intuitively that some people should not have guns. We know intuitively that firearms are more dangerous than cheeseburgers. Yet there are still people who walk among us today, breathing our air, who say dumb things like cheeseburgers kill more people than Smith & Wesson. Like, you know what? That's untrue. That's untrue. Never, never, never in the history of cheeseburgers or movie theaters has somebody walked into a movie theater holding a cheeseburger and killed 27 people. It's never happened. Never, ever. Could you even picture that in your head? Somebody walking into a movie theater with a cheeseburger and just lobbing, just firing, whipping cheeseburgers at people. Just, I'm picturing it in my head now, and it's just ridiculous. It's the dumbest prospect at all. Now, if there was maybe a hand grenade inside the cheeseburger, and they're like pulling the pin and tossing the cheeseburger grenades. Anyway. Anyway, all right. 100 days. 100. It's 0. It's 013 here. And I'm catching up. I'm only 10 minutes behind. Oh, 12:33. Shit, I read it wrong. I'm back to 30 minutes behind. Atheists don't train or practice. Atheists do train and practice. They train as much as, I mean, yeah, they do. Um, True story, to becoming a notary in Kentucky, you only have to, really? To be a notary in Kentucky, you have to swear to not participate in duels. Huh. Interesting. That's weird, just weird fucking laws. Um, weird, weird laws. Cancer Mouse, the Unabomber typed it. The Unabomber had a phrase in the manifesto, a simple phrase. You cannot eat your cake and have it too. And the common phrase that we use is you can't have your cake and eat it too. Can't have it and eat it, which is ridiculous because of course you can have it and eat it. You have to have it in order to eat it. The reverse of that is the actual phrase. You cannot eat it and have it too, because if you eat it, you no longer have it. Right? The Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, used the phrase correctly, and it was always weird that he used the phrase correctly. And when he uses that phrase in his manifesto, his brother read the manifesto, went back to his old letters from his brother, pulled up one of the letters and said, "This is Ted Kaczynski." Because he used the same phrase, and it was such a weird turn of phrase because most of us say the phrase backwards. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Huh? Which you can. You can absolutely have your cake and eat it too. Obviously, that's how you eat cake. You have to have it. But because of that phrase, because he wrote his manifesto and it had that phrase in it, and it was a curiously unique phrase to him. Now, the typewriter, they were able to confirm the typewriter and the uniqueness of the keys and all that stuff, the forensic examination of the typewriter and the letters, and put the two to two together. Yes. But also all the bomb making equipment and all the other stuff that was in the cabin was incriminating as hell, including the half-made bomb that was on his workbench when he got busted. But that was what caused his brother to finally call the FBI and say, "Hey, I think I know who this dude is." So there you go. That was that. That's yeah, and I find it just to be a absolutely fascinating case, because if he never would have written his manifesto, he would still be sending the bombs out today. He'd be, I don't know, 70 years old now. He might be dead by now if he was still living in that cabin. You get old. That's just how it goes. You get old, you have a cold winter, you die. If you live in a cabin all by yourself. The number line, bad, crazy towards negative infinity, and okay. Do atheists actively train to be non-religious? I think they do. I think they do. Just as mathematicians actively train to be mathematicians, I think they do. I think if you challenge your beliefs on a daily basis, you are in practice. You are a practicing atheist. And they don't call it that. They just are what they are. But anyway. What? I don't know what the fuck you're doing, dude. Number of genius mathematicians died by suicide. Sniffing ice cream is a brand. Shut up. Practice non-secular originally. They see that's what I think. I think there's a lot of the language of atheism that is just spiritualism, but replacing God with the universe, or God with man, or God with money, or it's a secular religion, and it's as much a secular religion as anything else is a non-secular religion. It's ecclesiastical religion. Secular and ecclesiastical. Secular and what's the opposite of secular? I can't remember. There's a word for it. But anyway. Where are we at now? Still 20-something minutes? 38 minutes? Shit, I'm falling behind again. All right, I was so close at one point. All right, we're going to catch up. Y'all doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'm fine with it though. I'm fine with it. Veganism is being a religion after those kooks wouldn't leave. I think veganism can be considered a religion sometimes. It is a way of life. Uh, it is a way of life. Um, that's a good way to describe atheism. It's a way of life. It's not so much a religion, but then religion is also a way of life. It's a way of organizing your thought pattern and a way of organizing your behavior around a greater being and believing in that being. And atheists don't simply don't believe in that being, and they replace that being with the universe or earth or trees or whatever silliness that they want to replace it with. And I recognize that because uh, you know, deep down, I really am. I'm an evangelist, and I try to understand the language of other people. And Paul understood this when he goes to Greece, and they're worshiping the unknown God, and he's like, guys, I know who this dude is. I met him. He's my guy. I saw him in a vision, and he speaks the same language to these Gnostics um, as he was able to speak with his other Christian buddies. He was able to speak the same language because it was the same stuff. They just had different nouns and pronouns put in place of the nouns and pronouns that the Christians were using over in Paul's other camp. But that's a whole nother discussion for another day. I don't want to get monologuing on this too much because then we're going to be an hour and a half behind, and I don't want to be an hour and a half behind, so I'm going to keep going. I know math is close to your heart. Math is it is a truly universal language. Uh, from your central Alberta, I'm already freezing his lungs for winter. Every person has their religion, their vice. Yep, I would agree with that completely. Um, and some people like to keep their vices around as pets. And C.S. Lewis had a whole discussion about that in one of his books. Uh, grade school, keep going. We're going to keep going. I will be dishonored in the 18th generation and total family dishonor, so I use that foul thing called a calculator. That is hilarious. Um, successful when averaging about a death a month with kids. Yeah. The abacus then multidimensional. Town of in 18C, 18C in the town of Kinks. Enjoying a cool breeze. Oh, 18 centigrade, 18 Celsius. It was 78 degrees after a thunderstorm here. 78 degrees Fahrenheit, which would be less than 18 degrees, because I think 18 degrees is close to 90 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the conversion rate is. There, we still have 7 people participating in chat. That's awesome. Law abiding implies, what did it say? What did that say? Did I skip it? Come on, scroll up. Where was it? Where was it? I just saw the comment. I saw the beginning part of it. Law abiding implies what? And I don't want to skip. I don't want to. Mine too busy there. Law abiding implies something like something. That was it. Something was the word that I was looking for. Law abiding implies something. Come on. Yes, law abiding implies something. It's like definitions to these words. But like for real, I'm gonna catch up. 12:19, 12:43. Shit, I'm not catching up. The mom who was killed by her kid fought the law and won. Yeah. Oh, they did. They arrested the mom in the case. Interesting. Interesting. There was another case recently where they recently in the last like uh, 2 or 3 years where that happened here in Texas. But I think there was other circumstances, extenuating circumstances that brought that about. Like she was cuckoo bird crazy, so they arrested her too. But I can't remember. all the details. I'd have to look it up and try to find it. Um, Divorce became a huge issue during the Great Migration. I bet it did. I bet it did, because people were like men were trying to leave and women didn't want to, or women were trying to leave and men didn't want to, and they were just, yeah, I bet so. Um, all right, let's keep it going. Interesting. Mother's child killed themselves last month. Another's win was no fault divorce allowed it to be. Yeah. Um, Topics on this show are Insomniac approved. Thank you, Vanessa Kitty. Insomniac approved. I appreciate that. My wife told me not to stay up all night too, so I'm going to give it an hour and 15 minutes, which means I got to catch up at some point. Well, they would sterilize you if you had Down syndrome, and see, that's a perfect example right there. Uh, uh, Sterilization. Sterilization was something that was legal and allowed to be done, definitely up through the 1930s. Like the whole United States, Germany, France, England, like the civilized Western countries, were actively looking into euthanization, eugenics, and a lot of stuff like that. Germany went full eugenics and full like master race Aryanism and all that shit. And when they went uh, full like race purification crap, like the rest of the civilized world looked at that shit and went, "Oh, that's where it leads to." And then we were like, "No, we're not going to keep." Like there was still a strain, but it was like not going to be official policy anymore. And they like put the brakes on it. Drastic cultural shift away from that shit. And now we recognize it as a human right to be able to procreate when we choose to procreate. Not be forced to breed like cattle. Um, and that means forced sterilization is a violation of our human rights. And we recognize that now. That wasn't something that we recognized back then, or at least we didn't recognize that it was a right to be enjoyed by everybody because some people weren't as human as others. Like, you know, 3/5 of human stuff. But that's also part and parcel of the history of human rights, that we didn't recognize everybody as equally participating in humanity. Um, which is why one of our basic human rights is equality before the law and equality among each other. Um, so there you go. 12:28, 12:47. I'm only 19 minutes behind, bitches. I'm going to catch up. I am going to catch up. I'm going to catch up before 1 o'clock. Pipe gives a wise man time to think, and a fool something to stick in his mouth. That's a good one. I think you're very correct on that one, Dustin. The Second Amendment absolutely gives you the right to own a tank. However, municipalities don't have to accommodate that. And there's a great documentary about a dude who built a tank in his. He got fed up with some corruption in his city government and just built a fucking tank and just took out some buildings. He died, but you know, it was a great documentary, absolute great documentary. I wish I remember the name of it. Unstoppable? No, I don't think that was it. I'll remember it. Rage, maybe. No, I'll remember it tomorrow, maybe. Um, oh yeah, you can find us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and all of the places. Air Force Base, got there, just Concord. Uh, Funny thing is, unlike California, it was only $15 every 2 years. Ranged weapons. Yeah, you know, in the early days of the NRA back in the 1950s, they taught uh, uh, riflery in high schools. Like they taught kids how to shoot. They had these schools. Anyway, keep scrolling, keep going. Um, if you don't want a gun, you're just dead inside. I think that may not be untrue. But I do understand why some people don't like firearms. Uh, I can sympathize and empathize and understand why. I mean, they've always been a thing in our house. We've just always have. Even when I was a kid, they've always been there. They've always been around. I've always known where they were. They weren't a big deal. I can imagine they're probably not going to be something that my kids own when they move into their own house. They're probably just not going to, because I went hunting with my dad, but I don't really take my kids out hunting. Uh, and that may change in the next few years. You know, with my oldest one getting old enough to really be able to go out and do something. I mean, they know how to shoot. Uh, I've shown them how to shoot a gun. They've learned it from Boy Scouts, but it's just not a thing. It's not a big deal to them. My oldest would rather learn how to uh, code than build a computer and code it, or code with that computer than shoot a gun. How many cheeseburgers can I make you eat? I know for sure I can eat 2 double cheeseburgers from Whataburger, and in one sitting. I know I can eat 2, so that's like 4 regular sized hamburgers. Um, Online portion of the emission system for mass and mass accounts put out both systems across. Huh. Your lip tart. Oh goodness. I wouldn't have said libtard. Did Cancer Mouse call you a libtard? I missed that. Wear it as a badge of honor. You earned it. Uh, um, I'm very dangerous in the kitchen cooking cheeseburgers. But thanks, yeah. Um, See, I don't think it's legal to duel in Kentucky. I think you just have to say that you're not going to be in a duel if you want to be a notary. Um, but I'm pretty sure it's not legal. And hamburgers are nearly as. Yeah. No, no, no. I get that. Hamburgers are absolutely, like nutrition wise, they are bad for you. They're absolutely bad for you. But there is no. Just because one thing is more dangerous, something else doesn't mean it won't take out someone more than the one thing. And but that's like literally the definition of more dangerous. Like more dangerous means you're more likely, or that object is in, while wielding that object, you're capable of doing more damage. There's more danger present with that object. And just a gun sitting on a table by itself, no danger. No inherent danger. Any more than a hamburger sitting on a counter by itself is inherently dangerous, or a hammer, or a bottle of whiskey, or whatever. There's a bottle of whiskey, coffee mug. You know, I could just like name off random objects in my office here. But all things being equal, me with a gun in my hand and you with a cheeseburger in your hand, I am more dangerous than you. And you can eat your cheeseburger, and I can eat my gun, and a cheeseburger is more nutritious than the gun. You're going to, and That's not saying the cheeseburgers are nutritious. It's just saying they're more nutritious than a gun. But what I'm saying is, if you want to have a duel and you have a choice of two weapons, one is a cheeseburger and one is a gun, you would be stupid to pick the cheeseburger because a cheeseburger is less dangerous than the gun. Like over the course of 30 years of eating a cheeseburger every day, you're gonna die. If you eat a gun today, you're probably gonna die today because that's really bad for you. So even eating it like a gun would probably be unhealthy because it's, made of metal. But even a wooden one, you're probably not going to have a very good evening if you eat a wooden gun. Anyway, but I mean that more dangerous, like by definition, is more. You're going to take out more people because it's more dangerous. Like a tree rolling down the side of the hill is more dangerous than a wolf because like the tree's gonna like just probably kill the wolf. I'm thinking of Fortnite. Those two things happen in Fortnite. Anyway, catching up. Creative emissions testing systems, company in town. Da, 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 da. Yep. That's an interesting factoid. Make more cake. Can't help but agree with that. Dustin, looking for Dustin. Yeah, it's not a burger if there's no bacon. I agree with you. Burgers should have bacon. Although a double cheese Whataburger it doesn't necessarily have bacon, but I absolutely prefer Wendy's Baconator. And I have a story about Baconators, but I'll tell later. I did not know can't have your cake. Yeah, that is that's why you're talking about cake. Gotcha. How much botulinum toxin can kill how many people? You know what? I'm still down with a duel. If you want to have your botulism toxin, and I'll have my gun. I'm down with the duel for that too. Correlation does not imply causation. It implies it, but it does not equal it. Anyone up for statistics? Probably. Oh my God, yes, but not tonight. We could do a show. Oh yeah, on the Monty Hall problem. The Monty Hall problem or paradox. Yeah, that would be a great show. Oh, you would love that, Vanessa. The thing where they have the three doors, and you pick a door, and then the host opens up the door, one of the other two, and there's like three doors, and one has a car, one has two have a goat, and you pick one of them, and then the host opens up one of the other two doors and shows you a goat, and closes the door and says, "Okay, you can change your pick, or you can stick with what you have. What do you do?" And the answer to that question is you should change your pick because you have a better probability of, if you change your pick, you have a better probability of getting the door with the car. It's like 60% probability of picking the one with the car if you change your pick versus sitting pat. And it is completely counterintuitive, but it makes absolute perfect sense if you understand statistics and probability. So anyway, well, there you go. If you live your entire life without ever questioning your worldview, then I guess you don't ever have to practice and train. You just go through life without questioning, without having any logical or philosophical introspection whatsoever. And it works out good. I'm not going to catch up by 1:00. God damn it. Damn it. What's the one that reveres the ancestors? That's probably Taoism. That's kind of Taoism. Yeah, probably. Hypercube of monkeys. Ooh. All right, we'll keep going. I'm not gonna unpack the hypercubic monkeys. Shit. 12. There it is. Um, you don't need to slow down, chat. I'm gonna catch up to it. This is good conversation. I love the conversation. This is fantastic. It's chat driven discussion. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Some atheist meetings exist around the country. They do. There are social clubs that meet on Sundays like church for atheists because they recognize the social value of meeting at church. And by the way, that's a lot of churches. That's their reason for being is they're a social club. Um, so they do. They meet at like coffee houses and libraries and bookstores and places like that. And they just kind of get together and they have some coffee and they chat. Uh, yeah, that is a legitimate thing. It is an honest God thing. I've been to some of those meetings. Um, I've been to them. They are fascinating. It's just like they're just getting together. They're having some coffee cakes and drinking some coffee. That's it. Reading a couple of books, chatting about their week. It's good times. It's fascinating. Um, Using government to make life more. I, for the life of me, can't imagine what, aside from using government, um, I can't imagine what, aside from using government to make life more. I'll come back to that. I don't know what that means. Another show. If you end this one, I'm not ending it until after I catch up with chat, and I'm committed to catching up with chat, and then we'll just keep talking, and it's fine. I got to tell the story about the Baconators from Wendy's. I got that's I'll tell that story when I catch up with chat. And it's a funny story. Trust me, it has a lot of rage and yelling, and it's just great. Springbank 18 in the glass now. I'm still drinking the rye. I still got a little bit of rye left. I don't like drinking out of metal glass. I'm gonna switch my cup though. Yeah, it's clean enough. I got a little bit of the rye left. I still got plenty in the bottle too. So let's freshen up the drink. Get back to work. Catch up with chat. This is the best part about the Wednesday night shows. These shows could just go on for fucking ever. As long as y'all are having a conversation, as long as we got a good chat, we can just keep going. I don't have to get. I mean, I could legitimately stay up till 6 a.m. when the kids have to get up and go to school, and then I could shut down at 6 a.m. So I mean, we got time. I'm good. We're good. Um, um, I want to visit. Vanessa Kitty, that is the one, that is the line that I cannot cross. I tried watching that stupid documentary called Under the Dome. I have tried to listen to these people. I've tried to understand what pathology is working in their empty fucking heads, and I have absolutely no patience for their fucking nonsense. I have absolutely none. I couldn't watch more than 15 minutes of that stupid documentary. I just, I just, I can't. And if any of y'all are in chat, I do not apologize. If any of you in chat are flat earthers, I absolutely, positively, 100% do not apologize, because if you think the earth is flat, your brain is turned off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that sounds rude and mean. There's like literally the heavens scream out. Literally, the heavens scream out to us, telling us the geography of the universe. Literally, the ground, the rocks testify to us about the geometry of our earth. Literally, everything around us tells us what shape the earth is. And then there's people that are just like, nah, whatever. Like, nah, you know, glasses stay flat on airplanes, so obviously, water on a spinning globe in space. Like, I just can't. I can't. I absolutely can't. I mean, believe whatever dumb shit you want, but just know it's dumb shit. And I am firmly of the belief that these people don't actually. They're just trolling the world, and I just don't have patience for it. Partly because in the world of social media that we have now, the world of algorithms that we have now, if you have nonsensical conspiracy theory, like when we were kids, nonsensical conspiracy theories like Bigfoot and JFK conspiracies and Elvis is still alive or whatever, nonsensical conspiracies were safe and they were contained and you could like have them siloed off and be all like JFK was a conspiracy, poop, and it goes over here, and then like the rest of your life you could live the rest of your life. But now, like JFK was a conspiracy, and the algorithm goes through that and it shoots off into all the different directions, and it goes, oh, by the way, 9/11 was an inside job, and by the way, Sandy Hook parents were crisis actors, and by the way, there's chemicals in the water that are turning frogs gay, and by the way, there's a deep state conspiracy to make stormtroopers kick in your doors and steal your babies and drink their adrenochrome and we're all gonna die and oh my god, and it's like, god damn, we can't have nice things anymore because of the fucking algorithms, and you can't be all like, JFK might have been a conspiracy. It was kind of weird. If you go to the book depository building, it's just, why didn't he shoot him this way? Why did he wait to shoot him this? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't understand it. Maybe there was something else. And then next thing you know, it's like, we're harvesting babies' adrenochrome. It's like, what? How'd you get from point A to, and JFK Jr. is still alive, and all this other bullshit nonsense? Like, how? They're delivering people, like wayfarers delivering human beings to people because they're filing cabinets called Jennifer, and you're actually ordering a Jennifer because, of course, there's only one Jennifer, or there's scores of them. I don't know, whatever the fucking. It's just the dumbest logic, the dumbest conclusions that the leaps of logic that it leads to now, and I just don't have patience for the bullshit, nonsensical gibberish, the turn your brain off type of logical fails that I just don't have patience for it. I can't. I try. I really try, but I just don't have it. Like, microchips are not that small. Like, have you seen the size of a syringe in a microchip? Like, you'd have to get shot with a one of those turkey fryer flavor baster things that are like, or one of the uh, like a tube that's like this big to get a microchip inside of you. Like, are you kidding me? Like, billionaires don't care what you do. They made $1 billion. They don't give a shit about your stupid life. They're, living on yachts and having sex with all their gorgeous wives and building rockets and going to space. They don't give a damn how many $20 bills you're traveling with. Ah! Anyway, now that put me another 10 minutes back. Fine, whatever. But for real, if you're a flat earther and you're in chat, just like enjoy that. Take your whatever. I'm sure you got people who are like-minded individuals all around the globe. Anyway. Yeah, no, I don't know if I don't know if that's a song, but I do know I was borrowing the image from a line from Animal Farm that some animals are more animal than others, uh, or some animals are more equal than others. That was a line I was borrowing from Animal Farm, the great George Orwell. Um, we instituted sick kids up until the 1980s ish. Yeah, and that was when 1980s was when they ended the federal support of mental institutions, and then mentally ill people just became homeless. Uh, yeah. Can we add more lines of chat? Mike Carrier's in the house. Let me add Mike Carrier's to the list to add to the wheel. Mike Carrier. Um, I could stream Arc or what? Oh, playing Skyrim. Okay. All right, I'm gonna catch this up. It's 12:49. Oh, I'm still 20 minutes behind, but I'll catch it. I'm 20 minutes now, not 30. So yeah, the tank guy is a yeah. I mean, he literally drove his tank through the city, and it was this just it was a tractor. It was a homemade tank. It was a tractor, like a John Deere tractor that you just put panels of steel around the damn thing. Uh, they put a pic of the stool in my community page. It's scary if you think about it. Interesting, the guy slept demon core prevented. Okay. Let's keep rolling. Mike Carrier? Yeah, I got Mike Carrier. I thought it was, yeah. Uh, if guns are around, they're not a thing. If they aren't, they kill people. Okay. See, the thing about Whataburger is their patties are kind of fatty, which makes them really juicy. But when the cheese is melty in with the fatty burger, it tastes like Hamburger Helper, and that's just fucking good, man. That the burger and the burger and the cheese, and it just kind of melds together, and I'm gonna have to go get some Hamburger Help, some Whataburger after this. It's gonna be like 2 o'clock in the morning, at least 3 o'clock in the morning when we wrap up. Go eat some Whataburger. God damn, I've been jonesing for some Whataburger the last few days. My mouth is watering. Don't know why those have to be exclusive. Bull Rush actually into both firearms, and they're not exclusive. He could be into both, but he's not into one of them. He's more interested in reading about how to build a computer and working towards building his computer than he is in firearms. He's just not into both, and they don't have to be mutually exclusive. They just, in his case, they are. And he likes outdoorsy stuff too, hiking and camping and stuff like that. Um, he doesn't like camping the way I liked camping when I was a kid, where I just grabbed a backpack and walked 15 miles that way until I found a clearing. But that's just how he is. Washington State is the only state that expressly legalizes duels. Interesting. Interesting. Cancer Mouse hates math. I would argue that same thing, Vanessa, that math is inherent within us. Throw in letters and you have yourself a different story. 2 fish, 3 fish, 1 fish. It's 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Un poisson, 2 poissons, poisson bleu, poisson rouge. What if your gun is made of soy-based plastic? I still think you're going to get more nutrition out of the cheeseburger than you are out of the gun. 9 out of 10 dentist degree. Okay. The formula may come easy for you. I'm not sure what formula you're talking about. Now, but I'm so happy I learned that. Next idiot. Challenging him to it. Dude, Bacon, I would fully expect you. I would fully expect that, and I want to see it. Live stream it. Or just, record it and edit it and then post it. but I think you probably ought to live stream it just to hedge your bets. How far down did it just jump? Come on. Not impossible. There it is. Okay, we're good. We can do this. We can absolutely do this. Military grade boats. Okay, here we go. Eating guns is bad. Burgers are much healthier. 9 out of 10 disagree. Okay, we're good. We got this. We got this, kids. It is 12:57, 1:14, less than 20 minutes behind. You know the Monty. Yeah, exactly, Vanessa. It's fucking. It's counterintuitive, and it drove me absolutely nuts because I was introduced to the Monty Hall problem when I was learning Bayes' theorem, and I thought it was a Bayes' theorem problem, but it's not a Bayes' theorem problem. It's independent variables, not dependent variables, and if you have dependent variables and independent, it's an entirely different structure of a problem when you have independent variables, and that's what blew my mind. But nobody knows what the fuck I'm talking about except you. So there you go. All right, catching up. Shinto, might have been Shinto. But I think it was Taoism that reveres uh, uh, ancestors. I do, but it might be Shintoism. I don't know. Those Eastern religions are not. I'm not well versed in Eastern religions uh, or philosophies, depending on what you call them. Infestation is probably not the right term. But I know what you mean. I agree. Beef flavored flat cakes. Gelatinous. The ginger meat. What? The ginger minks. I am not high on my own supply. Thank you, Dustin. But I do enjoy my whiskey a lot. Uh, is Ginger Meeks the Scarface reference? Where's the Scarface reference? Did I miss the Scarface reference? Oh, high on my own supply. Gotcha. One burger place to eat at it would be Wendy's. Wendy's makes really good burgers. I like their burgers. I've always liked their burgers. I liked their burgers when I was a kid. Mostly I liked their burgers when I was a kid because they actually did make it the way I wanted them made, without all the vegetables and shit on it. Now I don't mind vegetables being on my burgers, but um, that's a whole other thing. I've been known to burst a few bubbles in the flat earth. You see, that's just the thing, Vanessa. If you're talking to a flat earther and they're like, well, the ships go over the horizon. Like one of the first flat Earth videos that I did, one of the live discussion about, I don't know which one it was, the geography of the way the Greeks figured it out, or the way we figured it out from the geography of the sun and the moon, or whatever it was. This person messaged me and said that the Earth was definitely not round. It was possibly a bowl shape, and I'm like, I'm not even going to engage with this conversation. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, these people are true believers. It doesn't matter what you tell them. They're convinced that their flawed observations and the shit they saw on some video on YouTube is gospel truth, even though it's just wrong. It's just absolutely wrong. Like, we don't know how big the Earth. Like, we do. We know exactly how big the Earth is. We can measure it. We can measure how big the Earth is. We know how big it is. They're like, no, it's much smaller than it really is. Like, no, it's not smaller than it really is. It's exactly the size it is. And it takes a plane the same amount of time to go from here to there as it does from here to there on the opposite side of the world. Because this part of the world and this part of the world are the same size. We know this thing. We know these things to be true because we've observed it and we've done it, and it's factual based, and getting me ranting again. But see, that's just the thing. You get these. They're just completely immune to facts. They're immune to facts. They're immune to logic. They're immune to 2,500 years of observed science. They're just immune to it. They're like, oh, well, I saw an airplane that didn't like nose forward because the Earth is round, so obviously the Earth is flat. But like, that's not how airplanes work. You fucking idiots. And this is why I don't even engage in the conversation. And this is why I also will never run for office, because at some point during any debate, I will be sitting on stage and be like, oh, fucking idiots. And then they'll ask me to leave. That's how my candidacy will end. But there you go. 15 minutes. We're getting warmer. Um, all right. But yeah, the documentary is Under the Dome, and it is 15 minutes. I could only stand 15 minutes. It came out right at the beginning of, it came on Netflix right at the beginning of the pandemic, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll try and get some insight into what these dum-dums are thinking. And I was like, nope, I'm not going to watch it. I'm done. I've had enough. Thank you. And I went and did something else. Debating flat, it can make it painfully complicated to argue that. Yeah, painfully complicated is a very, and it's all over the TikToks of, live, like a TikTok live, and it says the Earth is round. Let's debate. I'm like, this isn't a debatable topic. It is. It's like saying, my left foot is next to my right foot. Let's debate. Like, you can't debate that. They're next to it. Like, it either is or isn't. Ugh. Anyway, I'm just, yeah. See, that's where I draw that's where I draw the intellectual line, because it's like you're choosing to believe something that's demonstrably false because of specious bad logic. You're just choosing to believe something that's demonstrably false. Demonstrably false. Like, literally, it takes very little energy, very little effort to do the experiments. And you're just like, yeah, but nah. Whatever. That's whatever. Like, like, food tastes good. Nah, food doesn't taste good. Like, all right, fine, fuck it. Eat dirt. I don't care. Piss off. That's it. There's no debate. There's no arguing. There's no mind changing. It's just, you've chosen to believe something stupid. To go and do that. Or whatever. Vegetables are made from shoe leather. Whatever. Morons. Flies come from horse meat. Shut up. All right. Where are we? And by the way, Bacon, I am planning on coming to the Seattle area in the next couple of summers. And welcome John Jacobs to the show. Add your name to the list that goes on the Wheel of Doom and Glory, and a chance to win the box of fabulous prizes. Yes, that is 4 sample bottles of our delicious whiskey and a cigar. That is our straight whiskey, special reserve, double oak rye, and the return of the legend, our Boomtown bourbon. You will be one of the only people in the entire world, certainly one of the only people, in fact, one of the only people in the entire world to have 4 full bottles simultaneously of all 4 of our whiskeys. Yeah, feel special. You should. All right. Chicken water's making the frogs gay. I am so glad that Alex Jones is getting his ass handed to him. I am so glad that he's going through some shit. I am so glad that his whole fucking life is getting completely upended. I am so glad. That guy is the absolute fucking worst. And see, here's the thing. His bullshit about Sandy Hook, false flag, crisis actor, all that bullshit nonsense, that would not have been able to happen if it weren't for the 9/11 truthers, which he was a part of, and none of that would have been possible had it not been for the bullshit conspiracies that he pushed on his fucking website and the algorithm connecting people to these fucking. There was shit before that where the plane off the East Coast that that blew up because there was a faulty wiring in the undercarriage. This is my airplane. It blew up, and here's the undercarriage. There was some faulty wiring in there, and there was like oxygen tanks that were in the cargo hold, and the tanks leaked, and the wire. It was like this combination of uh, unfortunate events, and the plane blew up off the East Coast, like in full sight of people. And there were people who were like, "We saw a missile. It got shot down. We saw a missile," and they took off with it. And the FAA review, the National NTSB review, said, "No, this is how it happened. Like the undercarriage blew up. They rewired the planes. They went through an overhaul of our jet fleet to correct the wiring harnesses and undo, to correct the problem that caused this thing to blow up." But did that change the conspiracy theorists? No. The reality, the existence of facts, the existence of work, the fact that there were people in the maintenance crews that did this, the fact that planes were grounded, the fact that there was a crimp in the supply of available flights as they were going through the maintenance of these planes that were affected by this, did that affect them? No. There's still people that are like, "Oh, it was a missile that shot down the plane." You know who one of those fucking people were? Alex fucking Jones. That son of a bitch has been a thorn in the side of people who think with their brains for years. And that was the start of the fucking ridiculous conspiracy theories that started with that plane blowing up in the sky to the 9/11 shit, to the Sandy Hook shit. It is about fucking time, and it really was just a matter of time when he was going to finally piss off the wrong fucking people. Because it's one thing to say, to accuse the government of doing something, to accuse the government of accidentally shooting down a plane, to accuse the government of blowing up the building, to accuse the government of covering up this whole fantastical conspiracy of whatever this shit was, whatever bullshit, and hiding the planes and getting the people off and moving them to all this grand vast conspiracy theory of 9/11 and all the other shit. But when he said the parents, when he came after actual real people, because the government can't say you can't say that because we have free speech, we can say whatever we want. The government can't say you can't say these things. But if you come after me and my family, I can absolutely sue you for defamation because you do not have a right to defame people. You absolutely don't. That is not free speech. That is not protected free speech. And I am so glad that he is finally getting his comeuppance. Sure, he's going to bankrupt his way out of it or whatever. But if this were the good timeline, if this was the timeline when everything was working, every penny that he makes from here forward would be escheated, garnished, and sent to the victims of his defamation. Every fucking penny. So if he bankrupted this business and reconstituted something else, selling his penis pills and vitality serum and whatever the crap that he pushes on his stupid shows, every goddamn penny would go to these families because he is the absolute fucking worst. He would not be able to flip a burger at a Wendy's without 80% of his paycheck going to these families because they deserve it. He should absolutely have to pay out of his fucking eyeballs. Deplatformed indeed. Anyway, enough of that tangent. If Earth was flat, all the cats would have fallen off the edge. Or at least all of our medicine bottles. There's a pip, pip, pip. Cats are assholes. I love them, but they're assholes. 3 points in every flat earther worldview is there. All right. Unwinding 107. Oh shit, we're back to 20 minutes. I'll catch up. I'm gonna catch up. Hit by a what? Hit by car? What? Oh. I thought you were addressing somebody up here hit by car. Like, who's hit by car? I haven't seen hit by car in chat. Um, half hour behind. I'm trying to catch up. It's these fucking tangents that send me off my little rants. I'm trying to catch up. Um, uh, yes, Cancer Mouse. That was the quote. That was the quote from Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Yes. Thank you. Gonna guess Red Mill, Metafriend. Star Wars, no question. That's not even a debate, Corey. It's not even a fucking debate. Uh, but to be fair, uh, yeah, they both serve their purpose. The original Whataburger is in Corpus Christi, and it is glorious. It is a two-story, magnificent restaurant, and it is glorious to eat there. I go down to Corpus Christi for sales trips every once in a while, and I absolutely eat a Whataburger at that Whataburger every time I go down. Every time I go down there. Um, just north post office on Federal Way. Star Trek is good, but Star Trek isn't necessarily based in communism. So here's the thing about Star Trek. Capitalism doesn't work when you have infinite resources. And in Star Trek, there's these uh, replicators that can just make whatever you need. So there's no such thing as scarcity anymore. If you need food, you hit the button, you get food. You need a burger, you get a burger. You need a steak, you get a steak. You need a drink, you get a drink. You just push the button. There's no scarcity. So if there's no scarcity, there's no money because you don't have to buy anything because everything's available all the time. Now, the people work. There's obviously work being done by humans, not robots. Unlike in Star Wars, where there's a whole droid thing, there's a lot of labor is being done by droids. And there's Republic credits in Star Wars, so there's clearly money, there's an economy, there's a whole system. But in Star Trek, they've like moved beyond that. And I was thinking about this the other day when I was on my way up to Dallas. See what you did? I see what you did. You're getting me off on some fucking tangent. Nah, nah. But I don't want to let this go. I'm driving up to Dallas and I'm thinking about this. That like in a world of infinite resources, there's because I was thinking about it in the context of solar panels and electricity. That you have to pay for the solar panels, but then you have infinite energy, right? You have infinite production of energy until the sun ceases to produce, uh, versus uh, versus natural gas power plants, oil power plants, coal power plants. That there's a finite amount of energy that they can produce, even if there's a massive supply of the inputs. There's a finite amount of energy that can be input into the of product that can be input, a finite amount of energy that can be produced. So there's a distinct difference. Like the solar production, it's an entirely different paradigm. You don't have to have giant solar farms selling us solar electricity. I can produce the solar electricity in my own house, but that also means I need to change the structure of my house so that I'm not using as much electricity. I need to harden my house and make it more energy efficient so we're not bleeding out heat in the wintertime or bleeding out cool you're radiating heat inside in the summertime. So it's a complete and total paradigm shift. So it's not a question of buying solar energy from a power company. It's a question of a paradigm shift in producing solar power. And that thought process of solar panels moved me over to Star Trek because I was like, okay, well, if we're in a world of infinite energy, what happens if we're in a world of infinite products? Then we're no longer buying products. There's like everything's infinite. We can get jeans, we can get shirts, we can get hats, we can get whatever we want produced just with a replicator, you hit the button and there it is. And that puts an end to the capitalist paradigm completely and totally, or at least it dramatically shifts it to something akin to, it's over here, something akin to a communist type of society. And that's a fascinating, it's a fascinating study, because that's what science fiction is. It's really a study in the social conditions that we live in, just put in a different place. And that's why, and that's why it's such a fascinating thing to think about. Because what if you move into space and it's an entirely different paradigm, it's an entirely different structure. But that's also what makes Star Trek different from Star Wars, because Star Wars is not science fiction. It is a space-based adventure and dramatic comedy. It looks like science fiction. It feels like science fiction, but it's not traditional science fiction, because science fiction studies current social conditions in a futuristic setting. And Star Wars doesn't do that. Star Wars doesn't look at current social conditions in futuristic settings. Star Wars is a space opera with pirates and cowboys and giant walking carpets. But we categorize it as science fiction because it has spaceships. So there you go. All right, let's keep going. Let's get back to it. It's 1:30 and I am now 20 minutes behind. I'm going to catch up. Sure, you fuckers. We should have a probability chat. That would be funny. Bayes theorem. Bayes theorem is great. It is a great. I still know. Okay, so I was struggling with Bayes theorem, struggling with it, until I finally came to the discovery. And there was this one problem that I was trying to understand it, and I was working on it, and I knew how to calculate it, but I didn't understand it. You know what I mean? And it was something along the lines of there's Dole bananas and Chiquita bananas. And given that, there's 9 out of the 15, or yeah, it was something like 9 out of the 15 bananas were Dole bananas, right? And of the 9 bananas that are Dole bananas, 2 of them are rotten. Of the 6 bananas that are Chiquita bananas, 1 of them's rotten. You pull a banana out of the bin and it's rotten. What are the odds that it's a Dole banana, right? And I'm sitting here struggling with this again and again. And the way I attacked this class is I did problems at breakfast, lunch, dinner, put the kids to bed, did another couple of problems, go to bed, get up and do it again. I was banging on it 4 hours a day, just doing practice problems. Because the thought was, if I outwork the next guy, then all the grades were graded on a curve, and there's 35 people in the class. If I had to outwork 31 people. I had to outwork 31 people to be in the top 4 of the class in order to get the best section of grades in the class. In order to get an A, I had to outwork 27 people in that entire class to get an A in that class. So I had in my mind I needed to outwork 27 people. So when I got up in the morning, I was like, is that guy working on a problem? Probably not. Let me work on a problem. And that was my mindset. It was a very competitive mindset. I'm still that competitive, by the way. So I was banging on this the whole time, and I'm doing the problem, I'm doing it again, I'm reconstructing it, deconstructing it, and finally I looked at it and I'm like, there's only 15 bananas. It clicked. That's when it clicked. That's how I understood how Bayes' theorem worked. They're like, there's only 15 bananas. Like, this isn't that complicated. Given that I drew one of the 3 rotten bananas out of the 15 that were in there, what's the chance that it's a Dole banana? And the poof, it just opened it all up. Like, oh, well, that makes sense. The chance that it's a Dole banana was 2 out of 3. Poof, done. That was it. I was done. We were set. I knew how to do Bayes' theorem, just like that. I was able to reconstruct, deconstruct, do it front and back, and I ended up getting an A in that class because I fucking rock. So there you go. But Bayes' theorem basically is reverse causality. Given this set of facts, what are the odds that, given the set of these facts that have happened, what are the odds that the thing you did would have is going is some like basically false positives. Given that drug tests give false positives at a certain rate of time, if you get a positive drug test and then you get another positive drug test, what are the odds that your subject actually was doing drugs? Or if you get a positive drug test and a negative drug test, what are the odds that they were actually not doing drugs? And that's what Bayes' theorem explores. So anyway. Where are we? Ridge regression. Oh no, no, no. That is beyond. When we did regressions, it was with software. I did not do that manually. I do not understand that. I can't explain that. What toppings do not belong on pizza? My pizzas have meat. So I would say the things that don't belong on pizzas are anything that grew from dirt. I will put on pizza pepperoni, salami, sausage. I will put ground beef. I will put bacon, ham. I'm okay with ham or Canadian bacon, as they also call it, Corey. That is my universe of, like, if it's meat, if it ate food when it was alive, if it was alive and it ate food when it was alive, that goes on pizza. If it did not eat food when it was alive, if it was eaten by other food when it was alive, then it does not go on my pizza. I do not like vegetable pizzas. I do not like vegetables on my pizzas. If I want, I can eat a salad next to my pizza, but I will not put a salad on my pizza. That is not where salad belongs. Pizzas are devices to deliver cheese, sauce, and meats. That's it. And it's a bread plate for cheese, sauce, and meat. That's it. That's what goes on a pizza for me. Other people, whatever. Eat your pineapple pizza if that's what you want to do, but do not make me eat your pineapple pizza. And if you're ordering pizza, there's a specific math that goes into ordering pizza. If you have a group of 6 people, you need at least 6 medium pizzas. Well, 4 medium pizzas. If you have a group of 6 people, you need at least 4 medium pizzas. If one of those people asks for a supreme pizza, then you need a 5th pizza. You do not replace one of the pepperoni pizzas with a supreme pizza. You do not do that, because the person who asked for a supreme pizza is going to fill up on pepperoni pieces of their pizza first. So you have 3 pizzas for 5 people, and then 1 supreme pizza for that one jackass who asked for a supreme pizza. You do not ever, 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 ever replace one pizza with a supreme pizza. Never. You never, ever. If one person requests a supreme pizza, you either tell them no or you get a 5th pizza. That's how it works. Maybe 3 large pizzas and 1 small supreme pizza, just as a fuck you to that guy, because you know what? You're the only person who wants a supreme pizza, so you're going to get a personal pan supreme pizza. Eat it. But that's how pizza math works. You never, ever, ever, you get the number of pizzas you need for the room you have. And then if somebody requests a pizza, you add a pizza. You add a smaller pizza. If you're going to remove a pizza, you make the pizzas bigger, because 3 large pizzas is actually more pizza than 4 medium pizzas. That's math. That's pi r squared. So there you go. That was a good rant. Oh shit. Guys. I'm going to catch up. I am going to catch up. I'm totally going to catch up. Y'all are doing this on purpose, and it's funny. I'm here for it. I'm letting you do it. I might have fallen off the edge. Now, red peppers. Red peppers I'll put on a pizza, but that's a condiment. And extra cheese I'll put on pizzas. Red peppers and cheese. That's it. Those things grow. Bimbo Barbarella's back in the house. Cheers, Bimbo Barbarella. Uh, can I put a jacket on? Do I need a jacket? No, I can't. I could, but I don't need one. Um, all right, let's keep rolling. Good with onions. I don't need a jacket. Do I need a jacket? I think I'm not cold. I'm a little. I yawned a couple times, but that's it. Um, you're already on the list, Bimbo Barbarella. I have you. I have you right there. Right there. You're on the list, and you're also all over the list from trivia. So you're on the list. You're probably on the list more than anybody else. Uh, so there you go. There's no secret list, Vanessa Kitty. These lists are very public. Um, well said, Jen. What did Jen say? What did I miss? I've got your 6. Gotcha. Um, I got my 6. What? So clocks have numbers on them. 12 is forward, 6 is backward, 3 is to the right, 9 is to the left. Oy. Um, See, but that's the thing, Jen. It is a civil case. He can lie all day, but the government can't sue him for lying because he can say whatever he wants. I mean, defamation, yeah, but like the government can't come at him and say you can't say we did this. I mean, they can't. The optics would be bad. I mean, they can't pull it off. They can't do it. Um, unless he's specifically defaming a specific governmental individual, the Department of Justice can't come at him and say, you can't give cuckoo conspiracy theories. Um, but individuals can do it. Actual individual. Now, if he said that the head of the Pentagon led the destruction of the, then Donald Rumsfeld theoretically could have gone at him, but he came after the wrong fucking people. He went after the actual parents who he said were crisis actors, who he lied about being crisis actors. He went after the parents, and the parents said, nah, not this time, motherfucker. And they came at his ass, and they're fucking him up, and I am here for it. I'm absolutely here for it. He can lie. He can lie, and he's doing it. He's still lying all day, all damn day long. But yeah, that's the difference between defamation and accusing the government of stupid cuckoo crap. The government, because free speech and all that, Congress shall pass no law, blah blah blah. The government can't rationally, can't effectively, can't with optics in a public space sue him like that. Individuals in the government could, but I think probably, but the parents, yeah, the parents can fuck him up. Make him do the truffle shuffle anytime someone asks him to. That would be awesome. That would be absolutely hilarious. The shoot staff room is good. Tangential planes. I live. Florida's a safe haven for con art. Yes, it is. Homes cannot be seized in court settlements. But that doesn't mean income from businesses can't be seized, because when OJ tried to release his book confessing the murder, the family of the waiter, Ron, I want to say Perlman, is not Perlman, because he's an actor. Ron, oh, whatever. The family of the waiter sued and is taking all of the profits from the book, and they captured all those profits. Yeah, so there you go. Called Burger Express. We're catching up, boys. You're going to spam. There's plenty of money in Star Trek. Gold pressed Latinum was. Is there money in Star? Like they don't use money in Star Trek. That was a big deal when they did. When they went back in time. The Search for Spock. No, it wasn't the Search for Spock. Was it the Search for Spock? Star Trek 4, when they went back in time, they didn't have any money, and they said we don't use money in the future. They expressly said they don't use money in the future. Or I don't know if they said in the future. They said they don't use money. Wait, what? Robots are stealing the luggage from airports. I don't. That's that's a funny. That's a statement that makes me laugh. But I don't. Why would robots need your clothes? That's funny. Even Star Trek, you need to have raw materials for replicators to work. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the physics behind it, but my understanding was the replicators were just assembling atoms. It wasn't like a printer that's printing things out like a 3D printer that we have here on Earth. I thought the replicators were actually bringing together atoms and creating a thing. But I'm not well versed in the Star Trek universe. Somebody, I mean, you can correct me. I don't have any problem being corrected. And the Federation, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, the Federation clearly had some kind of credit, some kind of pay structure, but like they said it in the search. I think it was the Search for Spock when they went back in time to grab a sperm whale and bring it back, or a blue whale, or whatever they did, humpback. They don't use money in the future. But we don't use money, I think is what Kirk said. I don't have any money. We don't use money. Anywho. Let's see. How close am I to being caught up? What time is it? 1:34. I've got 1:51. Still 20 minutes. 15 minutes. 16 minutes behind. We're getting there. I'm going to play something and I was off a different road. Like Seattle, we have to go both places. Yep. Just get yourself a nice bottle of whiskey for free. I did have to work for it. I don't get high off my own product, but I do work hard for my product. I'll be caught up by Saturday. I'll be caught up before tomorrow, or before the live stream tonight. Because we're doing trivia at 9 o'clock. Lisa's coming on, 9 o'clock trivia. I don't know if we're going to be doing trivia next month. Or if we do trivia next month, we'll have a different format. Different set of questions. A different source for questions. They're doing a great tech migration, but it took her longer to sell her house in Oakland because the market was flooded. Interesting. Bacon cheeseburger pizza is really fucking good. Ground beef, bacon, cheddar cheese, extra sauce. That is a great That is a great pizza. It really is. I like those Totino's pizzas with anchovies. And I asked the guys at Pizza Hut if they had anchovies, and they didn't know what anchovies were. Just inappropriate. Inappropriate to answer the question. And you work at a fucking pizza place. It says it in the name of your goddamn restaurant. Pizza Hut. Like half of what you do is pizza, and literally the only thing people come to you for is pizza. Nobody's coming to you for huts. They're not calling you up and going, hey, do you have a 10-foot thatched roof model that I can buy off you and have deposited on my land? They're not asking that shit. They're calling you for one thing. Half of your name, half of your restaurant is pizza. Pizza Hut. And nobody's calling you for the hut. Nobody is calling you about the hut. They're only calling you about the pizza. And you don't know What even is an anchovy? You've never heard of an anchovy? You work in a fucking pizza joint and you don't know what an anchovy is? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Pizza is in your name. Anchovy pizza. Anchovy pizza. It's an iconic, like, it's not pepperoni. Don't get me wrong, it's not pepperoni. But it's iconic. Anchovy pizza. And you tell me you don't even know what an anchovy is? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Disreputable, even. Anyway, where was I? Made a half a pound of bison. Huh. Pound of anchovies has more proteins than a pound of pork. I believe it. And they're delicious. They're absolutely delicious. Sorry, yawning. I've been up since 7 in the morning, so 6 in the morning. I was up at 6 a.m. Mom duties. You go do mom duties. Slapping their face on it. It's 1:40. It's 2:42 a.m. where you're at, I think. Why are kids even up at this hour? Now that said, if you add meats to a pizza, that'll be the first pizza. Oh yeah. Stop ordering tiny pizzas. If you like meat but don't like pepperoni, then you don't order pepperoni. You just order a pizza with all the other meats, with the meats that aren't weird. I don't even know what part of a cow a pepperoni steak comes off of. Good night, Corey. Thank you. I'm only 10 minutes behind. You don't want to hang out to see how long it'll be how long it'll be for me to catch up. So we've lost Cancer Mouse, Ting Ting, and Corey, but we're almost caught up to chat. Almost caught up to chat. And I do want to remind people, if you want to see us on TikTok doing TikTok things, go subscribe to the Old Humble Guy on TikTok, and you will see mostly me playing video games, mostly Fortnite, mostly just doing nonsensical dumb shit. Like the last few days, I've been attempting the 100 to 1 challenge on Fortnite, and I've been bad at it because I'm bad at Fortnite, and I have not yet succeeded in finishing dead last in a game, followed by Victory Royale in a game. So I've been very unsuccessful, but I am at least I got second place in one game this time around, so I'm getting close. I'm almost there, almost there. I'm getting close. First Amendment did not protect the public school student's right to display a banner reading "Bong hits for Jesus." Okay. Students have the right to engage in political speech. The right was outweighed by the school's mission to discourage drug use. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense because, I mean, uh, we have to balance our rights a lot of times, and even our rights, our human rights, are not absolute. We curb them a little bit for in order to accommodate living with other human beings. Like, I have a right to free speech. Congress can make no laws abridging my free speech, but I cannot stand up in a crowded movie theater and yell fire. I can't stand up in a crowded movie theater and incite a mob to hang a witch. I can't do that. That is that violates everybody else's rights to safety and security and what is it? The right to life, liberty, and property, self-preservation. How many pieces if you use 3 cuts? 1, 2, that's 6 pieces, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'd be 6 pieces. 3 cuts, 6 pieces. One from Bimbo closed and her cat misfit. Okay, the United Federation of Plants was supposed to get past the concept of money or a common medium exchange. That's what I thought. I thought that was the whole point. Um, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I thought that Star Trek there was no money in Star Trek, and it was very communistic, even if it wasn't communist. Um, all right, but we'll get there. Well, I'm almost there. I'm almost caught up, bitches. Um, Lisa, did I see Lisa? Oh no, Lisa's not here yet. Two cuts. You can stay in my retirement plans. Travis called about that. There are not a lot of pizza places that sell anchovies. It is hard to find a pizza unless it's a specialty pizza place that sells anchovies. But you can get anchovies at your local grocery store and add them to your freezer pizza and make a Totino's pizza with anchovies or a Red Baron or DiGiorno pizza with anchovies, pepperoni and anchovies. Um, if you're interacting with cultures outside. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Well, if it was culture outside their own, would the money even be worth anything? Um, I wonder. I wonder if money is a concept outside of your own culture, if it even like if you showed up with a bunch of savages, uh, unknown people groups in the Amazon rainforest and gave them a stack of $100 bills, would they even give a shit? If you just gave them a stack of Post-it notes, would that be any different than giving a stack of $100 bills? Hmm. I wonder. If you're not actually off, there's still a level of exchange. Probably. Um, that's probably true. But it's also science. It's pure science fiction. So, looky there, looky there, kids. I have caught up to chat. Do I remember the last time I had anchovies on a pizza? I know the last time I had anchovies on pizzas. Good night, Bimbo. And by the way, Bimbo, I've caught. Well, you're probably gone. I've caught up to chat. It's right there. That's the last chat. Cancer Mouse. Bimbo Barbarella, you're the last. You're 201. I caught up to chat at 2 o'clock. I was an hour past when I thought I would catch up. I ran a Cajun restaurant. Still the Twin View place. There's money in Star Trek. It's called Federation Credits. Okay, well then I will accept that. I will accept it. I remember the quote. That's all. But I accept it. I accept that there's money in Star Trek. I don't know everything there is to know about Star Trek. It's not. It wasn't my jam when I was a kid. Uh, so there we go. I skipped the three cuts give you seven. No, three cuts gives you six. I mean, you can make three cuts give you 7 pieces, I guess, if you really want to. But three cuts gives you 6 pieces. I don't know how three cuts gives you 7 pieces. Unless it's like cross and then where the 2 cross in the middle and then the other one kind of cuts across like that. So it's like, I can make it that happen. Cross like this and then, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I can make three cuts give you 7 pieces. Like that. But if you're cutting a pizza correctly, 3 crosses give you 6 pieces. So there you go. Yeah. It's like an A. It's an A. Gold pressed latinum. Really? Okay. Well, like I said, I'm not well versed in the Star Trek universe. I didn't pay that close attention. I watched some of the original series, and some of Voyager because my girlfriend at the time was into Voyager, and she was really good at doing things that girls do. So I watched Star Trek with her. Fish pizza all of a sudden. Guys, like, this really is fun. I've caught up on chat. Let's do a couple last little housekeeping notions. Reminder, all of y'all, I've got a whole bunch of names. What do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. John Jacobs, Mike Carrier, Bourbon, Vanessa Kitty, Bimbo Barbarella, Mr. Jigs, Top Shelf Destin, Goddamn Bacon, Julie Gilpin, Easy Street with Jen Muscow, Corey Slater, Shark Home Brewing, Judas Priest 666, and the Cancer Mouse are all going to be on the list, are added to the Wheel of Doom and Glory first thing tonight, or last thing tonight, with your chance to win a sampling of all 4 of our whiskeys. They're going to be labeled up as well as the cigar right down here, but the bottles will be all labeled up and pretty looking. I'll throw in a shot glass so you can easily consume my delicious elixirs. But it is our straight whiskey, special reserve, double oak rye, and the legendary, oft talked about, rarely had, Boomtown Bourbon. I poured them all in there this afternoon. I was on the live stream. You can see me do it. I don't remember what time in the show I did it, but you just have to go watch the show. Give me some extra viewing hours. And then, spam, stop it, Cancer Mouse. And then it'll be the second week of September. We spin the wheel. Somebody wins. You get that box. It's that easy. Hopefully, we'll have 700 subscribers by the time we spin the wheel. We've already passed our 100,000 views goal for our 100,000 views quest for 100,000 views. And maybe there'll be another milestone between now and then. Maybe. Not sure. Did we have another milestone we were shooting for? 100,000 views, 700 subscribers. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. It's 2 big milestones. 100,000 views, we just passed it just 2 days ago. I have an update on my quest for 100,000 views, our We Did It episode. The things that I learned are important to know. Continuously pushing your channel and content out to a new market of people who haven't seen your stuff before. You always want to continue to do fan service and continue to feed your own market of people, like my 670 whatever subscribers. The subscribers you have, you want to continuously give them what it is that they subscribed originally for, but you also need to experiment and reach out and find new markets of people. And that's the same lesson that I've taken back into the distillery with the whiskeys, trying to reach new markets of people, doing new events, doing new places. I'm reading chat. I'm watching it go through. Nothing y'all aren't catching my attention yet. Served some in his own body. Wait, what? Hang on, what? Serve some pizza? Hang on, what? How many did you get? What maximum? You made it. There was one where the alien at the bar served some in his own body. Ugh, I guess that's pizza. Gross. All right, I'm watching. Don't worry. Anyway, next live stream on Friday or tonight is going to be trivia. Friday, I am very likely going to go live working on the build for my bar. I'll probably have the whole thing done by the end of the day Friday, if everything goes as planned. And then next week, I'm bottling up some of the rye that I was filtering today. I'll start bottling it up next week. And then that's it. I mean, we're moving towards the middle part of August. I've got an update on our giveaway that I'm going to record and post. I've got an update on our 100,000 view special. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, that's right. You're discussing Elton John's discography. That's right. He's the guy, Elton John. He's the guy who did the soundtrack to Lion King, isn't he? Bacon spam is absolutely fucking dreadful. Yeah. Front yard deep voice. Oh. All right, guys. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning. I need to go to bed. I have to wake up in 4 hours and make sure my kids get off to school. It has been a true pleasure. I really, this has been a fun show. This has been an enjoyable show. I love the fact that we can all have a diverse background of philosophical ideas, and we can come together and we can have a fun talk. We can have a good talk about things rooted in philosophy and not rage quit. I like our community. We're doing good. We're a good community. I like you guys, and I hope y'all like me, or at least you hate me enough to keep coming back. Whichever works best for you. We'll do it again tomorrow night. What do you say? We've got trivia tomorrow at 9. That should be wrapped up by 11, and then we'll have another Art Bell After Dark. We'll do it again tomorrow night. Bring your weird tangents that you want me to go off on, and give me at least 1 or 2 rants every 15 minutes, and see what. Let's see what the fuck happens. Right. Debating ideas. I agree, Jen. I miss the days when we could talk about big ideas. We could talk about human rights, and we could talk about what it means to defend our human rights. We could talk about what happens when we let our rights kind of get snatched away, and what really are rights as opposed to what really aren't rights. It's not your right to drive a car. You don't have a right to drive a car. Telling people you can't drive is not a violation of their rights. But telling people, you can't drive on the left side of the road is also not a violation of the rights. But driving on the left side of the road when everybody else is driving on the right side of the road, that's a violation of everybody else's rights. Because you're putting their life at risk. You're literally risking their life. Your shores, our hands. Depict. But we'll get back at it tomorrow. Tomorrow's trivia. I don't even know what the questions are. Love you or hate you. Laugh to keep coming back. Come on back. Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep doing it. And then bacon spam in Hong Kong. I don't even want to talk about it. That's gross. That sounds dreadful. That sounds absolutely fucking dreadful. What the hell is going on in here? Oh, it's just the angle. All right. Well, if you can't make trivia, at least pop in and say hi. Get your name in chat. You get your name on the wheel. Tomorrow is a fresh set. We've got all these names to add to the wheel. Tomorrow we'll have a whole fresh set of names to add to the wheel. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, be awesome to each other. Think with your whole brain. Love with your whole heart. Yeah, this glass is filthy. I need to get a fresh one and send this one too. Be awesome to each other. Love with your whole brain. Or love with your whole heart. Think with your whole brain. And remember, life is too short for bad whiskey. Drink the good stuff. Cheers to you all. Thank you for making this an awesome show. As always, it's no fun without you. I will see you all again. I'm trying to get my cursor in the spot where it needs to be. Be awesome to each other. I will see you all tomorrow. Later tonight, in just a few hours. Cheers and good night.